Welcome to Tales of the Force, a place where ancient power stirs, destinies collide, and unseen currents shape every choice across the galaxy. If you're drawn to lost orders, fragile balance, and legends whispered from star to star, you're exactly where you belong. Tap like and subscribe to keep these stories alive, and leave a comment below. Tell us where you feel the Force calling from. Sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's tale. The last Mandalorian trial. The jetpack misfired just as the horn sounded. Not a catastrophic failure. Nothing dramatic enough to excuse panic. Just a stutter in thrust, a brief asymmetry in lift that tilted Rydan Korda's body a few degrees off true vertical before the stabilizers corrected. In training, it would have been noted. In combat, corrected without comment. Here, it was a sentence. The horn's sound did not echo. The atmosphere on Carthax Minor was too thin, too exhausted by centuries of particulate fallout. The note carried forward in a straight, merciless line, vibrating armor plates and bone alike, then vanished without reverberation. A signal without memory. An announcement meant only for those already listening. Rydan landed hard, boots skidding across fractured basalt. The ground here had once been molten. Now it was brittle, shattered into angular plates that shifted under weight like poorly stacked shields. His knee servos compensated late. Pain flared, sharp and diagnostic, then dulled as suppressants engaged. The trial had begun. Above him, contrails carved pale scars across the grey sky. Not all at once. That would have been theatrical. Instead, the hunters entered the airspace with measured separation, disciplined, procedural. Each ignition was deliberate, fuel efficient, creed compliant. Rydan recognized the cadence immediately. Hunt geometry. They were not trying to overwhelm him. Not yet. The opening phase demanded clarity. Establish the praise vector. Observe deviations. Allow hope to form. Rydan pushed forward into a collapsed mining trench, the walls sloughing dust as his armoured mass displaced ancient debris. His HUD flickered once as it recalibrated to the ambient radiation. Nothing alarming, but enough to degrade range certainty. The targeting reticles softened at the edges, their confidence reduced to probability. He did not curse the machine. He had taught others not to. Equipment failed. Warriors adapted. That was the creed as he understood it. He reached the trench floor and paused, not to hide, but to listen. Jetpacks screamed overhead. On this moon, sound travelled poorly sideways but carried brutally downward. Every ascent was an announcement, every hover a confession. He counted ignition signatures. 5. No. 6. One was higher altitude, wider arc. A coordinator. Rydan moved. Blaster fire stitched the trench lip seconds later, precise and restrained. Warning shots. A test. The shots were aimed not to kill, but to force him deeper, to collapse options rather than flesh. They were doing this correctly. He vaulted a fallen support strut and felt the second jetpack shadow before he saw it. An occlusion in the weak light. A pressure displacement his armour flagged too late. He rolled as a stun bolt cracked past his visor, close enough to ionize the edge of his display. The hunter landed ahead of him, boots locking magnetically to exposed ore. Champion armour, reinforced. Shoulders. Personal heraldry etched deep into Beskar. Not decorative, but identity made permanent. They charged simultaneously. The clash was ugly. No flourish, no spoken challenge. Vibraknife met Beskar with a sound like tearing metal, the vibration biting through Rydan's gauntlet. They fought chest to chest, gravity low enough to exaggerate every movement, high enough to punish imbalance. The basalt chewed at their footing, dust invaded every joint. Rydan disarmed the hunter with a torque maneuver he had taught a dozen recruits years earlier. The blade skittered away, vanishing into shadow. He drove his knee into the other's midsection, felt armor flex, ribs protest. The hunter went down. Rydan froze. The Creed did not demand mercy, but it did not forbid it either, not explicitly. The ritual required death eventually, but not immediately. Survivability was part of the proof. The hunt's legitimacy rested on effort, not efficiency. He disabled the hunter's jetpack instead of delivering the killing blow, a precise shot to the intake manifold. Fuel vented in a controlled plume, useless but not explosive. A mistake, the elders would say later. Rydan knelt and retrieved the fallen warrior's holorecorder, its casing cracked by impact. The device was still recording, still transmitting on a closed channel. That surprised him. He retreated as blaster fire resumed, more intense now, less ceremonial. The hunters adjusted, data flowed, the system learned. He reached a basalt overhang and took cover, breathing heavy now, the pain suppressants beginning to misalign sensation from consequence. His visor pulsed a low-level alert. Tracker signal. Internal. He stared at the readout, uncomprehending. Internal. He had installed the armor's tracker himself years ago as part of a doctrine update. Transparency among clans, accountability through shared telemetry. No warrior should vanish without record. He had believed in that. The holorecorder chimed softly. Corrupted file resolved into audio, fragmented, compressed, but unmistakable. A command, an execution order, not his voice, an elder's. The name attached to the signal was old, respected. One of those who never fought anymore but still decided who would. Rydan shut the file down as another jetpack ignited nearby. He did not feel vindicated. He felt hollowed out. Proof did not matter yet. Survival did. He moved again, deeper into the trench network, each step less certain than the last. Above, the hunt tightened. Below, the moon groaned. Subsurface tremors stirring ancient charges that no one bothered to map anymore. The Creed had brought them here because the land would not remember. Rydan understood then, not fully, but enough to hurt, that the trial was not about what he had done. It was about what he could survive. And that, more than any betrayal, made him dangerous. The countdown came as a courtesy. It arrived as a narrow beam transmission on a clan priority band, cutting cleanly through the static of Carthax Minor's electromagnetic debris. No heraldry, no ceremonial preamble, just a voice Rydan recognised from war briefings and victory commemorations, measured, age-worn, certain. Dawn in 6 hours, Torvelk said. The trial concludes when the sun clears the Terminator. Hunt with discipline. No mention of capture, no mention of terms. The channel snapped closed. Rydan stood in the half-shadow of an overhang, armour dusted in metallic grit that turned every movement into a muted grind. His HUD dutifully updated. A thin arc along the top of his visor began to crawl from dark to pale, marking the progression of local night toward light. 6 hours. On any other battlefield that would have meant endurance, rotate squads, cycle ammunition, establish fallback positions. Here, it meant the inverse. There would be no relief. Above, a constellation of red pips tightened their pattern. The hunters adjusted formation to the constraint as naturally as breath. Rydan watched their telemetry, the shared grid he had once helped design, and saw the subtle shift from encirclement to funneling. They were no longer simply tracking his position, they were shaping his path. A shriek knifed the air. Whistling birds, micro-munitions key to target profiles and motion heuristics, streaked across the trench, cutting shallow grooves into basalt where they missed him by centimetres. On Carthax Minor, The thin atmosphere mutated their familiar whistle into a higher, harsher sound that ricocheted off rock faces without respect for distance. Direction became suggestion. Rydan dove, rolled, felt one bird glance his pauldron. Warning glyphs flared, micropenetration / non-critical. Armour integrity dipped a fraction of a percent. His heart rate spiked. He forced his breathing into cadence. In, hold, out. The old training. Whistling birds were doctrine, calculable. They rewarded predictive movement. The solution had always been the same. Break rhythm, change axis, induce algorithmic confusion. He had taught that lesson in simulators, on carriers, in lecture halls with bored recruits who preferred live fire. He did the opposite. He ran straight, allowing the birds to bracket him, forcing them to expend fuel and processing power, tracking a target that behaved as expected. He waited until their pursuit curves overlapped, until their corrective arcs became inefficient, then cut sideways with a sudden boost that scraped his fuel reserves and left a bitter ion taste in his mouth. Two munitions collided and detonated against each other, showering the trench with slag. His visor dimmed automatically against the flash. When it cleared, his fuel gauge had dropped farther than it should have. Dust intake, inefficient combustion, Carthax minor eating at his margins. He checked the time arc again. 5 hours, 43 minutes. The internal tracker pulsed a quiet, steady rhythm beneath the other data, never urgent enough to override, never subtle enough to forget. A heartbeat that did not belong to him. He opened the holorecorder's last cached segment while he ran. The device linked to his visor through a jury-rigged channel. The audio fractured around interference, phrases snagged on static. Order originates, contain narrative exposure. Trial must be visible, not survivable. The last line repeated, a result of corruption, but the meaning landed clean. Not survivable. He vaulted a narrow fissure, caught the opposite lip with both hands, and hung there for a moment longer than necessary, boots scraping at rock that refused clean purchase. The low gravity made the drop survivable, but the instinct to cling remained. Below, the fissure widened into darkness, edges lined with obsolete cables and ore veins half extracted. A good place to disappear. The hunters did not drive him toward it. They flanked instead, pressures from either side pushing him away from the fissure and toward a different quadrant of the map. A corridor of mutual fire, a guided path. He pulled himself up and kept moving, following their intention even as he resisted it. It was one thing to be prey. It was another to be ushered. Jetpacks roared closer. Rydan risked a vertical burst, riding a column of thrust into the thin air to gain a few seconds of vantage. His backplate screamed protest. Fuel efficiency / red line. The dust intake warnings spiked again, then subsided as the filtration system fought a losing but orderly battle. From above, Carthax Minor presented itself as a graveyard of efforts. Stripped trenches ran like scars in every direction, converging toward a horizon where structures broke the ground's monotony. A distant cluster of collapsed towers and skeletal frameworks frozen at the moon's edge. The dead city. His HUD tagged it automatically, an old mining designation pulled from forgotten databases. No one lived there. No one had for decades. The radiation levels marked in faint, outdated orange were technically within Mandalorian tolerance, but not comfortably so. A place for reclamation crews, not ritual spectacle, unless spectacle required no witnesses. The hunters moved to herd him toward it, their formation now obvious from this altitude. Arcs overlapped to block retreat into the safer flats. Wide gaps opened only in the direction of the ruins. The first bolt hit his calf plate while he was still processing the pattern. Not lethal, not meant to be. The impact spun him, destabilizing the jetpack's already strained gimbals. He corrected too slowly. Momentum carried him sideways into a column of dust-laden air rising from a recent whistling bird detonation. Engines coughed. Thrust dropped. He fell. The ground ended sooner than he expected. The trench became a canyon mid-plunge, its walls steepening, the floor dropping away as if the moon itself had shrugged during some forgotten catastrophe. Rydan registered the change an instant before he slammed into a jag of rock, armour screeching in protest. Pain punched through his torso, untidy and unfiltered. The suppressants lagged by a full second, overwhelmed by the abrupt spike. For that heartbeat of unmediated sensation, he understood every injury he had accumulated across years of campaigns and had politely ignored. He lay there, staring up at a slice of grey sky framed by jagged stone. Jetpack signatures crossed the aperture, distant and precise. Another warrior might have called this a sign. Rydan called it data. He rolled to his side, groaning, and forced himself upright. His left gauntlet reported reduced grip strength, microfractures in the exoskeletal reinforcement. The calf plate hit earlier now flickered as structurally compromised/functional. He laughed once, a short cracked sound. Functional. Everything was, until it wasn't. The canyon wall here had been reinforced once, braced by metal struts to support mining bridges that no longer existed. Rydan saw the ghost outlines of where platforms had clung, now just scars in stone and twisted mounts. He used the old anchors as a ladder, hauling himself upward 1 painful metre at a time. Above him, 2 hunters dropped into the canyon with controlled descents, jetpacks throttled to minimum to avoid stirring more dust. They knew the environment. They were adapting. One landed on a protruding shelf 10 metres above him. The other took a position at the canyon's mouth, blaster levelled, angle calculated to punish ascent. They called down to him, their voices flattened by helmet filters. "Rydan Korda," the shelf warrior said, "release your weapons, face the sky, end this clean." End this clean. Rydan clung to the rock, fingers slipping in fine particulate. His body protested every breath. The internal tracker pulsed its steady rhythm, a reminder that any move he made was already known, already recorded. He considered obeying. Honour demanded courage and death. That was one reading. Another, less recited, suggested that honour also demanded discernment, knowing when sacrifice served more than spectacle. He thought of Vesha's sibling, dead on a nameless ridge where orders had come down flawed and late. He thought of the holorecorder's glitched assertion. Trial must be visible, not survivable. He didn't answer. Instead, he unclipped a small grappling line from his belt, a relic of pre-jetpack tactics he had kept out of habit, mocked by younger warriors who trusted thrust over tension. He fired it sideways into a rusted anchor point across the canyon. The line caught. He let go. His body swung out into open air, away from the predictable climb vector the hunters had already mapped. The blaster bolt meant for his helm carved through the space where his head had been, dissipating into the canyon wall with a shower of molten fragments. For a moment he flew without engines. No roar, no scream, just the clean arc of momentum over vacuum-cut stone. He triggered the jetpack. At the apex, a brief corrective burst that redirected his trajectory toward a narrow ledge impossibly offset from any doctrinal path. The engines whined, fuel counters dipping below thresholds he had always taught others to respect. He hit the ledge hard, shoulder first, and rolled into cover. His vision narrowed, edges darkening. The suppressants finally reasserted themselves, flattening the pain into a dull, traitorous distance. Above, the hunters adjusted again. Non-sanctioned equipment, one muttered on an unsecured band, surprised but not impressed. Old tactics, desperate. Rydan smiled despite himself. Old tactics were the ones that predated shared telemetry and ritualized hunts. Old tactics had been designed for uncertainty. He checked the hollow recorder one more time. A new fragment had cached during his fall, piggybacking on a burst of clan communication he had not consciously requested. Public execution parameters met trial broadcast windows. Confirmed. No extraction contingencies authorized. He froze the playback, mind parsing the implications with the same calm he had once brought to battlefield maps. There were no extraction contingencies. Not if he collapsed. Not if he surrendered. Not if he proved his innocence with evidence so irrefutable even the most rigid elder could not ignore it. The trial was not a test with pass-and-fail conditions. It was an erasure protocol. The hunters were not here to judge his actions. They were here to ensure that by dawn there would be nothing left of Rydan Korda but a story that served the creed. He looked toward the distant outline of the dead city, its broken towers barely visible through the canyon's slit of sky. The formation above still guided him in that direction, every pressure, every gap, every mistake in their coverage conspiring to push him toward those ruins, toward a stage. He understood then, not as a suspicion but as architecture, that the trial had been constructed backwards. First came the outcome, a disgraced warrior dead at dawn, honour satisfied, questions buried. Only afterward had they arranged the ritual, the location, the language. He was not being hunted for what he had done on some distant battlefield. He was being used to seal what they had decided must never be spoken about that day. His survival, if he achieved it, would not clear his name. It would expose theirs. Rydan drew a slow breath, feeling the filters taste the metallic dust, hearing the faint rattle in his chest where impact had bruised bone beneath plating. His fuel levels hovered at an uncomfortably narrow margin. His range-finding flickered, uncertain, as radiation pockets toyed with his depth perception. The creed he'd carried inside him for years pressed against all of that data, demanding compliance, demanding a clean end. He let the pressure sit there. Then, quietly, he stepped away from it. He keyed his visor to a low-power narrowcast, banned and spoke. Not to the elders, not to the hunters, but to his own armor's recorder. "Carthax Minor," he said, voice rough. "Trial of Rydan Korda. No extraction contingencies. Outcome predetermined." He tagged the message with autonomous broadcast conditions. Not for now, not for these frequencies, but for any Mandalorian signal net that might still be listening when structures began to fail. If he reached the dead city, he would be walking into a trap. If he refused to go, they would box him in and finish the job on unbroken rock. Either way, by dawn the creed would have its spectacle. The only variable left to him was what else dawn might reveal. He pushed himself upright, favouring his injured leg, and chose the direction the hunters wanted least for him to take. He headed straight for the ruins. The dead city did not rise from the ground so much as it failed to remain buried. Rydan crossed the last stretch of open basalt as the terrain subtly shifted beneath his boots, gravity thinning just enough to unsettle long-trained reflexes. The ruins at the Terminator's edge were not monolithic towers in the heroic sense. They were industrial remnants, support pylons stripped of purpose, transit rails hanging in long arcs between nothing and nothing, habitation shells crushed inward as if the moon had exhaled and never inhaled again. The city had not been destroyed. It had been abandoned mid-function. That, more than scorched stone or radiation scars, marked it as useful. Rydan entered through a fractured access corridor once wide enough for ore haulers. Now it narrowed into a choke of twisted metal and regolith. His armour scraped constantly, telemetry flickering as radiation pockets surged and fell like erratic tides. The internal tracker pulsed faster here, not because it had changed, but because the silence made it louder. Above, jetpack signatures flared and vanished as the hunters took up positions among the ruins. They did not follow him, directly inside. They did not need to. The city itself had already reduced his options. Collapsed spires formed vertical mazes. Hanging rails cut sightlines into unpredictable segments. Every open space was overlooked by at least one skeletal structure that could hide a marksman, a sensor node, or nothing at all. The architecture favoured those who waited. Rydan moved anyway. He moved because stopping meant becoming legible. He cut through a derelict habitation dome whose inner wall still bore faded warning glyphs, radiation advisories, evacuation arrows pointing nowhere useful. The floor was layered with debris fine enough to betray footfalls but thick enough to muffle sound. He altered his gait, distributing weight unevenly, breaking the rhythm his own systems would otherwise encode. A blaster bolt punched through the dome's outer skin where his head had been a second earlier. The impact blew a fist-sized hole to vacuum, pressure equalizing with a scream of escaping dust. The hunters were tightening their perimeter, not rushing. They had learned. Rydan ducked through a maintenance shaft, climbing a ladder whose rungs had been eaten thin by corrosion. Halfway up, the ladder gave way. He fell only a metre before catching himself, but the impact jarred his injured leg hard enough to elicit a spike of white-hot pain that briefly overwhelmed the suppressants. He hung there, breath ragged, visor dimming automatically to compensate for dilation. In that suspended moment, between ascent and fall, between flight and collapse, he felt the full weight of the trial's design. The dead city was not chosen randomly. It was a convergence point. Every possible path through it forced close quarters. Jetpacks lost dominance here. Long-range weapons lost certainty. The hunt would inevitably compress into something more intimate, something visible. He hauled himself up and rolled onto the next level, emerging into a plaza that had once been a loading nexus. Cranes lay, toppled like felled beasts. The ground sloped gently toward a central depression where a massive excavation shaft plunged into darkness. Old mining charges lay buried beneath the plaza. His HUD flagged faint signatures, residual power cells dormant but intact, mapped poorly by modern standards because no one bothered to teach this history anymore. The creed preferred forgetting. A jetpack ignited behind him, too close for ceremony. Rydan spun as a warrior landed hard, knees flexing to absorb the low gravity. Champion markings glinted dull red in the weak light. Vesha Krizev rose from the landing crouch with practiced economy, Beskad already in hand. Her visor angled toward him, assessing not just his stance but the micro-delays in his movements. She had trained with him long enough to read the tells he no longer tried to hide. "You came," she said. No anger, no triumph, just confirmation. "They pushed," Rydan replied, keeping his blaster lowered. "Same as you." She did not deny it. Around them, shapes moved among the ruins. Other champions taking positions, their presence felt more than seen. They were forming an arena out of negative space, leaving the plaza open not by accident, but by agreement. The trial was narrowing. "You should have died earlier," Vesha said. "Cleanly. That was the mercy." Rydan laughed, a dry sound that scraped his throat. "Mercy," he repeated. "Is that what this is?" Her grip tightened on the Beskad. "It's what keeps us whole." He took a step closer, boots crunching softly on debris. "You've heard the recordings." A pause, fractional but real. "Yes," she said. The word landed heavier than any blow. Rydan felt something inside him loosen. Not relief, but the last frayed strand of hope that this was all a misunderstanding waiting to be corrected. "Then why?" he asked genuinely. Vesha's helmet tilted, almost imperceptibly. When she spoke again, her voice carried the strain of something held too long under pressure. "If you live," she said, "the story breaks." The plaza groaned beneath them as a subsurface tremor rippled outward from the excavation shaft. Dust lifted in slow, drifting clouds, turning the air granular and thick. "You think truth destroys us?" Rydan asked. "No," she said. "I think debate does." She advanced then, and the duel began. There was no jetpack burst, no opening flourish. Both of them knew better. In the dead city, verticality was a trap. They circled instead, boots sliding on grit, blades raised in mirrored guards they had practiced 100 times. Their first exchange was brutally economical. Beskard met Beskard, sparks flying as hardened edges bit and skidded. Rydan felt the vibration run up his arm into his shoulder, aggravating the earlier impact injury. Vesha pressed the advantage immediately, driving him backward toward the plaza's depression. He disengaged with a twist, switching hands mid-motion in a maneuver the Creed explicitly discouraged. Inefficient, they said, disruptive to flow. It bought him half a second of surprise, enough to land a shallow cut across her thigh plate. She grunted, more in irritation than pain, and came at him harder. They fought in close quarters now, bodies colliding, armour scraping, breath loud in their helmets. Around them the hunters held their positions, weapons trained but inactive. This was permitted, even encouraged. The Creed valued symbolic resolution. Between strikes, words slipped out. "They'll fracture if you survive," Vesha said, parrying a low sweep. "Clans will argue. Old wounds reopen." "They should," Rydan shot back, catching her wrist and twisting. "We're not whole. We're sealed." She broke free with a knee to his midsection that knocked the breath from him. He staggered, barely regaining footing at the plaza's edge. Her next strike disarmed him. His Beskard clattered across stones, skidding to rest near the excavation, shaft slip. Silence stretched. Vesha held her blade at his throat. The pressure was real, calibrated to cut if she leaned forward even a fraction. Around them, dawn's first light began to creep over the horizon, pale and unforgiving. Long shadows stretched across the ruins, making every figure taller, more accusatory. "You could end this," she said quietly. "Let it be clean. Let your death mean something." Rydan looked past her, at the hunters ringed among the ruins, at the banners stitched into their armour, at the internal tracker's steady pulse reminding him that even now every heartbeat was being archived. "My death already means something," he said, "just not what you think." She hesitated, not because she doubted the truth, but because she understood it too well. "If you live," she said again, voice breaking this time. "My sibling died for a lie that couldn't survive daylight." The plaza shuddered violently as another tremor rolled through, closer now. Warning glyphs flared across Rydan's visor, subsurface instability /escalating. He met her gaze through Beskar and lenses and years of shared doctrine. "Then let it break," he said. For a heartbeat he thought she might lower the blade. Instead she stepped back and raised her voice, letting it carry across the plaza and into the ruins beyond. "He knows," she called out, "and he still refuses." Torvelk emerged from the shadows then, his armour pristine, unmarked by dust or combat. He moved with the assurance of someone who had never needed to run here. "The sun rises," Velk said. "The trial concludes." Rydan stood unarmed at the edge of a city built to forget, surrounded by warriors who knew the truth and had chosen cohesion over correctness. Dawn broke fully over Carthax Minor, thin light spilling across broken stone. The zenith had passed. What followed would not be decided by skill. It would be decided by consequence. Torvelk did not raise his voice. He did not need to. Authority, when long practiced, travelled without effort. "Rydan Korda," he said, stepping into the open plaza as if the ruins themselves had parted for him. "By the creed and by the consensus of the clans, The trial has reached its terminus. You have been tested. You have resisted. You have failed to submit. Velk gestured once. The hunters tightened their ring. No weapons were fired. That would have cheapened the moment. Blasters stayed trained but idle. Jetpacks remained silent. The plaza became still in the particular way that only coordinated violence could achieve, a quiet so complete it felt rehearsed. Rydan stood at the edge of the excavation shaft, the cold draught rising from its depths tugging faintly at his armour seals. Dawn light washed over the ruins, stripping away the last illusions of night. Everything here was exposed now. Fractures in stone, corrosion in metal, the wear patterns of a city that had not been designed to last forever. Neither had the Creed, he realised. It had just been pretending better. You are accused of betrayal, Velk continued, his tone instructional, as if addressing a chamber rather than a man. You were given the chance to demonstrate worth through survival. You chose resistance over acceptance. Rydan laughed again, softer this time. You never planned to let me accept anything. A murmur rippled through the hunters, subtle, quickly suppressed. Velk's visor angled slightly, acknowledging the sound without conceding ground. Acceptance, Velk said, is demonstrated by obedience. There it was, the clean line, the blade beneath the language. Rydan reached up slowly, deliberately, and deactivated the safety seal on his helmet. Several blasters twitched in response. Velk lifted one finger, and the movement froze. Rydan removed the helmet. The air bit immediately, thin and metallic against sweat-damp skin. His breath fogged once, then vanished. He felt the cold more, sharply now, the radiation tickling exposed nerves in a way his armour had filtered out. He looked older without the helmet, not weaker, just human in a way Mandalorian ritual preferred to forget. This isn't a trial, he said, projecting his voice across the plaza. It's a deletion. Velk stepped closer. You mistake procedure for malice. Rydan shook his head. I mistake silence for rot. He reached down and activated the holo-recorder, holding it up where every visor could see the cracked casing, the blinking indicator that signalled cached data still waiting to be released. This contains the order that killed Vesha's sibling, he said, not looking at her. It contains your authorization codes, Velk. It contains proof that the trial was constructed to bury a decision that should have been answered for. Velk didn't deny it. Instead, he spread his hands slightly, palms open in a gesture that mimicked concession without offering any. Even if true, Velk said, what do you think happens next? The question was genuine, not mocking, curious. Rydan hesitated, not because he did not know the answer, but because saying it aloud would make it real. The clans argue, he said finally. They fracture. They decide whether honour means obedience or responsibility. Velk nodded. Exactly. He stepped closer still, boots crunching softly on debris until only a few meters separated them. And while they argue, Velk went on, our enemies do not pause. They do not care about moral precision. They care that Mandalore stands or falls. Rydan met his gaze. So you kill truth to preserve shape. We preserve continuity, Velk replied. Shape survives. Truth can be rebuilt later. Rydan felt the lie in that statement settle over the plaza like dust. Truth, once erased, did not rebuild itself. It had to be excavated, and the Creed had grown very skilled at filling holes. Velk raised his hand again. End it, he said calmly. The hunters moved then, closing the distance in synchronized steps. No rush, no chaos. This was the final motion of a ritual designed to appear inevitable. Rydan's hand tightened around the holo-recorder. He thumbed the release, not the broadcast, something older. The ground lurched violently as ancient mining charges awakened beneath the plaza. Not all at once, not catastrophically, but in a cascading sequence of controlled failures. The dead city groaned, structures shedding debris as if shrugging off a long-held burden. Warning glyphs erupted across visors throughout the ruins. "Subsurface collapse," someone shouted. The hunters broke formation instinctively, training warring with survival as they adjusted to the sudden instability. Jetpacks ignited, not ceremonially now, but urgently. Thrust vectors jagged as pilots fought to gain altitude amid falling stone. Rydan moved. He didn't run. He limped, favouring his injured leg, heading not away from the shaft but along its rim. The excavation's edge began to crumble, slabs of basalt shearing off and vanishing into darkness. Torvelk stumbled as the ground shifted beneath him, his pristine armour suddenly irrelevant against physics that did not respect tradition. Rydan caught him by the forearm, not out of mercy but necessity, and hauled him back from the collapsing edge. Velk stared at him, shock briefly visible even through the visor. "You won't kill me," Velk said, realization dawning. "You want me seen." Rydan nodded. "Alive." He activated the holo-recorder again, this time opening every channel the device could access, piggybacking on the chaos of failing comms and emergency signals. The cached audio spilled out, raw and unedited, elder voices issuing orders that had never been meant to leave closed chambers. Across the ruins, across the hunt, across Mandalorian space, the truth propagated. Hunters froze mid-flight, hearing commands that did not align with the story they had been taught. Some stabilized and landed. Others hovered uncertainly, caught between orders and revelation. Vesha stood amid the collapsing plaza, blade lowered, listening to the voice that had sealed her sibling's fate. Her shoulders sagged, not in defeat, but in something closer to release. Torvelk tore his arm free and staggered back, raising his voice, trying to reassert command, but it no longer travelled cleanly. Authority required coherence. The moment that coherence fractured, volume meant nothing. The city continued to fail around them, not explosively but relentlessly. Platforms collapsed, rails snapped. The excavation shaft widened as its supports gave way. Rydan backed away from the centre of it all, helmet still off, face set not in triumph, but exhaustion. He had not won. He had made the system visible. As the dust settled and dawn fully claimed the ruins, Mandalorian stood scattered across broken ground, no longer united by ritual posture, but separated by interpretation. The creed had not shattered, but it had cracked. And cracks, Rydan knew, invited light, or collapse. The dust did not settle all at once. It drifted in layers, fine particulate suspended in the weak gravity, catching dawn's pale light and refusing to decide whether the ruins were still collapsing or merely remembering how. The dead city groaned intermittently, not in protest but in resignation, as if it had always known this was how it would end. Unfinished, exposed, useful one last time. Rydan stood at the edge of the fractured plaza, helmet still cradled in one arm. Around him, Mandalorians regrouped in uneven clusters. Some reactivated jetpacks and lifted to safer perches, watching the destruction below with the distance of professionals reassessing terrain. Others remained grounded, blades lowered, bodies angled not toward Rydan or Torvelk but toward one another. The hunt had ended. What replaced it did not have a name. Torvelk knelt where the ground had finally stabilized, one gauntlet braced against a slab of fallen stone. His armour bore its first scars, scratches, dents, dust worked into seams that would never fully polish out. He looked smaller now, not because his body had changed, but because the geometry of authority had. Rydan did not approach him. That was the final refusal. Velk rose slowly, surveying the fractured plaza and the warriors watching him with expressions that ranged from anger to confusion, to something closer to grief. "This is disorder," Velk said, voice carrying but no longer commanding. "You've traded certainty for noise." Rydan answered without turning. "No, I've traded silence for responsibility." Vesha Krisev stood apart from both of them, blade sheathed, shoulders slumped beneath the weight of armour that suddenly felt ceremonial rather than essential. She had removed her helmet as well. Her face was streaked with dust and something darker where tears had cut through grime she had not realised was there. The voice from the hollow recorder echoed again in her memory. Calm, procedural, condemning. The order that had killed her sibling had not been angry. It had not even been cruel. It had been efficient. She looked at Rydan then, not as prey, not as enemy, but as an unwanted mirror. "You didn't fix anything," she said hoarsely. He met her gaze. "No." She nodded once, a short, brutal acknowledgement. "Good. I don't think we deserve fixes." Around them, arguments began, not shouted, not unified, but fractured into dozens of low-voiced disputes, as hunters compared recordings, cross-checked orders, replayed moments they had accepted without question only hours earlier. Some demanded Velk's immediate arrest. Others demanded Rydan's execution regardless of evidence. A few stood silent, helmets still on, as if waiting for a command that did not arrive. Mandalore had always been loud in war. It had never learned how to be loud in uncertainty. Rydan felt the internal tracker pulse one last time. He reached up and disabled it. The silence that followed was profound, not because sound vanished, but because for the first time since the trial began, nothing was measuring him. No telemetry, no ritualized gaze, no expectation of performance. He placed his helmet on the stone at his feet. The sigil etched into its brow caught the light briefly, then dulled as dust drifted over it. A marker of clan, of belonging, of a story that no longer fit the man standing beside it. Velk noticed the gesture and stiffened. "You walk away now," he said, incredulous, "after doing all this." Rydan finally turned. "I didn't come to lead," he said. "I came to stop being erased." "You'll be unclaimed," Velk warned, unarmoured by belief. "No clan will—" "I know." Rydan lifted the helmet once more, then set it back down with deliberate care, as if returning a borrowed tool. He activated his jetpack, not at full power, not in defiance, but with a controlled, measured burn that lifted him cleanly above the fractured plaza. No one fired. No one tried to stop him. As he rose, the arguments below grew sharper, more urgent. The creed, exposed to light and disagreement, strained against its own rigidity. Some would retreat into stricter interpretations. Others would demand reform. None of it would be clean. None of it would be quick. That was not his work anymore. Rydan crested a ridge overlooking the dead city and cut thrust, landing on solid basalt untouched by the collapse. From here, the ruins looked smaller, still dangerous, still broken, but no longer absolute. Behind him, Mandalorians argued over honour beneath a dawn that offered no guidance. He looked once more at the sky, thin and grey and utterly indifferent. "If survival is heresy," he muttered, more to himself than to any creed that might be listening, then Mandalore has forgotten why it learned to fight. He ignited the jetpack again and vanished into the pale horizon, not a martyr, not a champion, but something far more disruptive, a survivor who no longer needed permission. The Hunter and the Blade. Metal screams as the tower comes apart. Kareth Din is already running when the first gravity tether snaps. The scrapyard mesa lurches beneath his boots, a rolling shudder that turns solid ground into a moving trap. Above him, stacked hulls shear loose, freighters, gunships, things stripped of names, sliding as one mass toward the edge. He vaults a torn bulkhead as an engine core detonates behind him. The blast throws him forward. He hits, rolls, keeps moving. Shrapnel winds past his head, slicing sparks from the durasteel around him. The air smells like ionized metal and burning coolant. A gunship drops through the smoke. It doesn't hover. It descends, controlled, deliberate. Repulsors throttled just enough to stay stable as debris rains down around it. Its belly opens. Commander Vesk Talon drops first. Grav spikes punch into the mesa with a hard crack, anchoring him in place. Magnetic boots lock a half-second later. He lands facing. Kareth, not blocking the path, cutting it off. He doesn't ignite a weapon. He raises one hand and fires a tether line. The cable snaps out, punches into a falling hull plate, and Talon twists his wrist. The plate swings like a pendulum, smashing down in front of Kareth and forcing him vertical. Kareth swears and jumps. He hits the side of a scrap tower at a dead run, fingers finding seams, boots scraping for purchase. The structure shifts under his weight. Below, Talon fires again, another tether latching onto a crane arm, redirecting its fall. The arm collapses toward Kareth. He pushes off, letting the force catch him mid-air. The jump carries him across a gap filled with falling wreckage, momentum barely controlled. His shoulder clips a rotating fin. Pain flares white-hot. Shrapnel rips through the air. Kareth ignites his lightsaber. The blade hums to life just in time. He twists, batting aside jagged fragments that would have opened his chest. One piece glances off the blade and spins away, molten at the edges. No blaster fire, just falling metal. Talon moves again, advancing without hurry, boots locking and unlocking as he crosses unstable ground like it's a parade deck. He fires a pulse grenade. It detonates mid-air. The force drops out. The world goes heavy. Kareth stumbles as the connection he relies on goes dead, like a limb going numb. He lands hard on a slanted hull and slides, boots scraping hopelessly. A second tether snaps out. Kareth rolls as the cable punches into the metal beside his head. He slashes it free on instinct, sparks spraying, then scrambles to his feet as the force comes back in a weak, flickering surge. He runs. The scrapyard opens ahead, rows of stacked wrecks giving way to a conveyor zone. Belts stretching deep into the planet's guts. Electromagnetic interference hums through the air, thick enough to make his teeth buzz. Sensors die here. He knows it. So does Talon. Kareth leaps the gap and lands on the first belt as it shudders, to life beneath him. The surface jerks forward, dragging him toward the depths. He sprints with it, boots hammering, saber held low to cut obstacles as they come. Behind him, Talon steps onto the belt without breaking stride. Sirens howl, reclamation protocols activate, the conveyors accelerate, crushers slam into motion ahead, massive jaws grinding open and shut with bone-shaking force. Magnetic lifts swing overhead, dragging whole sections of wreckage into alignment. The scrapyard wakes up. Kareth ducks under a swinging hull plate. Force pushes off a rising magnetized slab and vaults onto a parallel belt. The move costs him. The environment reacts, debris shifts, cascades, reveals him. Sonic disruptors shriek. The sound punches into his skull mid-leap. His focus shatters. He clips the edge of the belt and crashes shoulder first, rolling to avoid being dragged under a descending crusher. Talon closes the distance. His electrostaff snaps to full length with a sharp crack. Their cortosis weave gleams dull black as he brings it around in a sweeping strike. Kareth barely blocks. The impact sends a feedback shock up his arm, numbing his hand. He recoils, forced back as the belt carries them both toward the grinders. Sparks spray as the staff scrapes the saber blade, each contact biting back at him. Kareth kicks off the belt, slamming into a rising magnet lift. He rides it up, then jumps again. grabbing a dangling cable and swinging clear as the crusher slams shut beneath him. He lands hard, breath ragged, muscles burning. Talon lets him go. He doesn't pursue immediately. He plants the staff, anchoring himself as debris slams around him, watching Kareth scramble deeper into the maze. "Run," Talon says, voice carrying even over the machinery. "You always do." The belts surge faster. Kareth doesn't look back. He dives between two moving slabs as a magnetic crane tears a gunship carcass out of its moorings. The air fills with sparks and screaming metal. He disappears into the interference. Behind him, Talon taps a control on his gauntlet. The scrapyard accelerates again. The belts run faster. Kareth bursts out of the interference haze onto a wider span, boots hammering against vibrating metal as the conveyor pitches him forward. The scrapyard's heart pounds now, hydraulics slamming, magnets thundering overhead, compactors cycling in murderous rhythm. Every step moves the world. He knows it, feels it. The force tugs at loose wreckage with every breath he takes. He throttles it back, relying on muscle and timing instead, pure motion. A crane arm drops in front of him without warning. Kareth slides, sparks streaming from his boots, and rolls under the arm as it slams down hard enough to buckle the belt. The impact throws him bullways into a wall of stacked plating. He rebounds, slashes a grip into the metal and climbs. The staff strikes above him. Talon vaults across the belts, electro staff extending midair. He lands higher, boots, locking instantly, then swings downward. Kareth blocks late. The feedback shock hits harder this time, rattling his teeth and numbing his shoulder. The belt yanks them both toward a crusher. Kareth disengages and leaps sideways onto a rotating magnetic lift. The lift spins under his weight, pulling wreckage up around him like orbiting moons. He runs the curve, cutting loose debris to clear a path. Talon follows, doesn't jump. He fires 2 tether lines into the lift's rim and lets the magnets pull him in. The cables wind tight, hauling him across in a controlled arc. He lands facing Kareth, staff already moving. They clash again. The sabre slides along cortosis, hissing. Sparks spit. The staff snaps short, then long, its length shifting to jam Kareth's footing. A quick jab catches Kareth in the ribs, drives the air from his lungs, and sends him skidding across the spinning surface. A sonic disruptor shrieks. Kareth's leap goes wrong. He clips the edge of a rising slab and crashes into a heap of stripped droid parts. He rolls, comes up on one knee, sabre raised just in time to deflect a blow that would have taken his head. The force surges despite him. Loose wreckage lifts, spins, slams together. Talon uses it. He pivots, letting the moving metal shield him, herding Kareth toward a narrowing channel where 2 belts converge. Crushers loom ahead, their jaws opening wider as the speed increases. Kareth slashes a support strut and drops through the gap between belts, hitting hard and rolling as the jaws slam shut above him. He comes up on a narrower strip, balance shot, lungs burning. Time pressure builds in the air like static. Warning klaxons escalate. The belts surge again. Talon steps down after him, boots magnetizing mid-fall. He advances with measured steps, staff humming, forcing Kareth back inch by inch toward a magnetized lift well. "Your patterns are inefficient," Talon says, voice calm. "You jump when cornered. You climb when pressured. You retreat instead of committing." Kareth lunges. It's a feint. Force push timed with a belt jolt. Talon staggers half a step. Kareth slides past him, sabre carving a shallow line across the staff. The feedback shock snaps through him, but he's already moving. He dives into the lift well as the magnet surges. Wreckage tears out above, screaming as it's dragged into orbit. Kareth grabs a dangling cable and swings hard, letting the magnetic pull whip him across the void and slam him onto a parallel belt. He lands running. The scrapyard roars around him, systems stacking on systems. The air crackles with electrical arcs. Molten slag spills from ruptured conduits, splashing across belts and hissing as it cools. Kareth weaves through it all, cutting, ducking, siding, never stopping. Behind him, Talon slows. He plants his staff and watches. Kareth realises it a heartbeat too late. The belts ahead split into 3 paths. He takes the centre without thinking, and the ground drops away, a trap. The belt angles sharply downward, feeding into a crusher throat the size of a hangar bay. Emergency rails snap up too late to stop the pull. Kareth digs in, boot screaming, sabre stabbing into the belt to anchor himself. The force flares as he fights the pull, metal warping around the blade. The connection flickers, a focused dampener burst hits him square in the chest. The force cuts out again. Kareth slams forward, skidding toward the grinder. He claws for purchase, fingers scraping uselessly across moving metal. A cable snaps taut around his wrist. Talon hauls him back with brutal force, yanking him clear of the jaws and slamming him into the belt wall. Kareth hits hard, stars bursting across his vision. Talon looms close now, stuff humming inches from Kareth's throat. "I don't kill you by overpowering you," Talon says. "I let the Yard do that." He releases the cable. Kareth stumbles free, barely keeping his feet as the belts surge again. He looks, just in time to see Talon step back, deliberately opening an escape route as a crane arm collapses between them. The path is narrow, dangerous, obvious. Kareth takes it. He runs as the world collapses around him. Cranes tearing loose, belts snapping, towers beginning to lean. The scrapyard is entering full compaction. Minutes left. Talon doesn't follow immediately. He waits, listening to the system scream, watching the patterns change. Then he moves, boarding a higher track with a single smooth leap, pursuit tightening like a noose. The yard begins to fail. The scrapyard breaks its own spine. A conveyor snaps ahead of Kareth with the sound like a cannon shot. The belt whips free, flailing wreckage into the air as magnetic fields surge out of control. Towers begin to fall, not toppling, but pulling sideways as competing magnets tear at their mass. Escape routes vanish in seconds. Kareth skids to a stop at the edge of a widening gap. Below him, a gravity well of loose metal spins into violent orbit. Panels, engines, droid frames colliding and shattering in a screaming halo. He turns and runs the other way. A shadow drops in front of him. Talon lands hard, boots locking, staff already extended. He strikes first, low sweep, high jab, shortening the staff mid-swing to jam Kareth's guard. The sabre meets cortosis again, the shock tearing through Kareth's arm and forcing him back. A crane arm slams down between them. Kareth vaults it, landing on a slanted hull that's sliding fast toward the orbital storm. He scrambles, sabre biting into metal for purchase, then leaps and lands on the deck of a salvage crawler. The platform groans under his weight. Massive, mobile, slow. Hope flares. The crawler lurches forward as its engines spool, dragging itself along shattered rails. Its bulk shoves debris aside, creating space, distance, time. Kareth sprints across the deck, heading for the command spine as warning lights strobe red. Behind him, Talon fires. Grappling pylons. The pylons punch into the crawler's flank and retract, hauling him aboard as the platform accelerates. He lands in a crouch, already moving, boots clanging against the deck as the crawler plows into the chaos. They crash inside. Grinding machinery fills the interior, rollers, presses, rotating blades chewing scrap into feedstock. The air is hot, thick with sparks and vaporized metal. Walkways shake as the crawler strains against the overload. Kareth ducks under a swinging piston and slashes a control arm, sending it sparking into a wall. He kicks off the railing and clears a gap as molten slag pours down behind him. Talon follows through the fire. He fires a dampener burst point blank. The force dies again. Kareth stumbles, barely catching himself on a railing as a rotating grinder lunges for his legs. He yanks free an improvised weapon, a length of Durasteel pipe, and jams it into the grinder's teeth. The machine screams and stalls, buying him seconds. Talon closes. The staff cracks into Kareth's side, folding him around the blow. He rolls, comes up swinging with the pipe, smashing it into Talon's shoulder hard enough to stagger him back a step. Just one. The crawler shudders violently. Containment warnings scream through the deck. A reactor gauge spikes into the red. Kareth scrambles up a ladder as a floor plate tears loose beneath him. He hauls himself onto the command spine. Open air, wind shear ripping at him as debris rains down from the collapsing scrapyard above. The crawler accelerates blindly, tearing itself apart. Talon emerges behind him, staff humming, coat snapping in the wind. He advances without hesitation, each step measured as the platform bucks underfoot. "You've exhausted your tricks," Talon shouts over the roar. "You're slower, sloppier." Kareth backs toward the narrowing end of the spine. There's nowhere left to run. The scrapyard's gravity storm howls around them, dragging wreckage into lethals. "Arcs! The crawler's core alarms shift tone. Critical. Talon attacks." The staff lashes out, battering Kareth's guard aside. A second strike clips his knee, dropping him to one leg. Talon presses in, relentless, forcing Kareth back with controlled, punishing blows. Kareth blocks, parries, absorbs shocks that numb his arms and blur his vision. He's losing ground, seconds from being pinned again. He stops retreating. The force surges, not outward, but down. Kareth slams his hand into the deck and wrenches. Structural bolts tear free beneath Talon's feet. The command spine twists violently as a crane arm, dragged by the storm, smashes into the crawler's flank. Talon stumbles as the ground shifts unexpectedly under him, just once. Kareth moves. He lunges, not to strike but to disarm. The sabre hooks the staff and wrenches it sideways. Talon resists and overcommits, trying to wrench it back as the deck lurches again. Kareth rams his shoulder into Talon's chest. They crash, together as another explosion rocks the crawler. Talon's grip breaks. The staff skids away, clanging into the void. Kareth doesn't stop. He grabs Talon by the harness and hurls him into a collapsing crane arm. Metal folds around Talon, crushing, pinning him as the arm tears free and slams into the deck. Kareth stumbles back, breath ragged. The crawler's detonation timer locks in. Seconds. He slashes a final control panel, forcing the platform into an uncontrolled dive, then turns and runs as the command spine buckles beneath him. He leaps, riding a collapsing wave of debris down into the scrapyard's depths as the crawler erupts above. The explosion rips the sky apart. Fire, metal, and shockwave tear through the reclamation zone, burying everything beneath it. Kareth vanishes into the moving wreckage, swallowed by smoke and falling steel. Far above, something shifts. A broken arm twitches. Talon breathes, buried, crushed, furious. The hunt is not over. The scrapyard eats its own few. Kareth slams into the wreckage wave hard enough to drive the breath from his lungs. He tumbles end over end through falling metal, bouncing off hull fragments and torn girders as the explosion above him turns night into a rolling inferno. He hits a slanted freighter plate and slides. Below him, the scrapyard is collapsing inward, cranes folding, belts snapping, magnetic storms pulling wreckage into spiralling death funnels. The ground isn't ground anymore. It's a moving surface with a mind of its own. Kareth digs in, boot screaming, sabre punching into the plate to slow his descent. The blade bites deep. The force flares just enough to keep him from being thrown free. He drops again. This time he lands in a narrow ravine between compactors as they slam shut behind him, missing his legs by a metre. Hydraulic pistons hammer the walls, showering sparks and slag across his shoulders. He runs. Every breath burns. His arms shake from feedback shock. His knee screams with each step. The force is there, but thin, strained by interference and exhaustion. Behind him, the scrapyard groans. Something moves that shouldn't. Metal shifts against metal with deliberate force. A slab lifts. A crane arm buckles outward. A silhouette pulls itself free of the wreckage pile where the crawler detonated. Commander Vesk Talon emerges. His armour is torn. One grav spike drags uselessly behind him. Blood streaks his jaw, but his eyes are locked forward, burning with focus that's tipped past control. He doesn't retrieve the staff. He advances bare-handed, using the yard itself. A magnetic surge snaps toward Kareth's back. He spins, barely deflecting a flying engine block that would have crushed him flat. He vaults a compactor pit as it opens beneath him, heat blasting up from molten slag. Talon follows, slower now, limping, but the environment bends around him. Cranes reorient. Belts reverse. The scrapyard closes lanes, forcing Kareth into tighter corridors. Pinned again. Kareth bursts into an open reclamation lane just as safety systems fail completely. Warning lights go dark. The machines stop pretending they're controlled. Everything moves at once. A tower falls sideways across the lane, smashing down meters behind Kareth. He leaps, clips the edge, rolls hard and comes up near the end of the corridor. No exits. Talon steps into view through smoke and drifting embers. "You chose the ground," Talon says, voice rough now. "Now you die on it." He raises his gauntlet. Kareth moves first. He doesn't attack Talon, he attacks the yard. The force slams outward. Not precise, not gentle. Structural bolts rip free, crane arms buckle. A magnetic lift tears loose and swings wild, smashing into the lane between them. The ground heaves violently, Talon stumbles, boots losing lock as the surface twists unpredictably. He fires a dampener burst on instinct, and it misses as the lane collapses sideways. Kareth charges through falling. Debris, saber carving a path through wreckage, using momentum instead of finesse. He slams into Talon's shoulder first, driving him back toward a collapsing edge. They grapple. No weapons, just weight and timing and failing ground. Talon tries to pin him to reassert control, but the scrapyard doesn't obey anymore. A magnetic surge yanks Talon sideways. Kareth uses it, twisting, throwing Talon down hard against the buckling deck. Metal gives way beneath them. Kareth rips free, staggering back as the lane tears itself apart. He slashes one last support and dives as the entire section collapses into the depths. Talon disappears beneath the falling wreckage. The ground settles, briefly. Kareth stands alone amid drifting metal and dying machines, chest heaving, saber humming low. The scrapyard continues to grind itself down, but the pursuit is broken. For now, he turns and vanishes into the smoke as the last systems scream themselves silent. The hunt survives, but control does not. The scrapyard doesn't stop, it slows, grinding itself down in violent increments, metal settling, magnets sapping loose, fires burning where there's still oxygen to feed them. The sky above Oryx Scrapworld is a ceiling of smoke and drifting wreckage, lit by distant detonations as systems fail in sequence. Kareth Din runs anyway. He moves through a canyon of collapsed hulls, boots slipping on oil and slag. Every step sends pain lancing up his leg. His saber hangs low now, blade flickering as power fluctuations ripple through the interference. A magnetic surge tears a freighter rib loose behind him. He ducks as it sails overhead and smashes into a pile of compacted debris, throwing up a wave of shrapnel. He vaults it, stumbles, recovers, never stopping. The ground lifts. Kareth spins just as wreckage erupts behind him, forced upward by brute strength and sheer refusal to stay buried. Talon claws free from the debris pile, armour crushed, one arm hanging useless, but still moving. Forward. Still hunting. His gauntlet sparks as he forces it to life. A short-range dampener pulse ripples out, slamming into Kareth mid-stride. The force gutters out completely this time. Kareth hits hard. He rolls through the impact, comes up on one knee, sabre raised just as Talon lunges bare-handed, slamming him back into a wrecked shuttle hull. Metal dents inward around Kareth's shoulders. Talon drives in close. This isn't control anymore. It's obsession. He throws Kareth once into a collapsing crane support, throws him again into a conveyor housing that splits apart under the impact. Each hit is heavy, inefficient, fueled by anger rather than precision. Kareth absorbs it, waits. The ground shudders violently as a final reclamation protocol triggers, one last failsafe attempting to compact the entire zone. Everything starts moving inward. Kareth shoves off the hull, slipping under Talon's next grab. He doesn't retreat. He steps into the chaos. He slashes, not at Talon, at the ground. Structural bolts tear free as Kareth rips them loose one after another, timing the pulls with the scrapyard's own convulsions. Crane arms collapse sideways. A magnet lift spins out of control, dragging wreckage with it in a widening arc. Talon hesitates, just once. Kareth takes it. He surges forward, driving a shoulder into Talon's chest, carrying them both across buckling ground toward a forming sinkhole of grinding metal and fire. Talon fights to regain footing, but there is no footing left. Kareth rams him down hard. The sabre comes around in a brutal arc, not a killing blow, but a disarming one. The blade carves through Talon's gauntlet assembly, sending it spinning away in molten pieces. Talon screams, not in pain but in rage. Kareth doesn't finish it. He twists, slams a control spike into a half-buried detonator node and shoves Talon backward as the crawler's delayed charges finally cascade through the yard. The ground drops. Kareth turns and runs as the entire section collapses into a roaring sink of fire, metal, and magnetic fury. He dives and rides the collapsing debris wave down into the scrapyard's depths, vanishing into the moving wreckage as explosions stitch the sky above. When the fire clears, nothing remains but broken metal and settling ash. Far below, something moves. Talon crawls from the edge of the collapse, broken, buried to the waist, fury burning hotter than any reactor. He slams a fist into the wreckage, sending sparks flying. Kareth Din is gone. The hunt continues, but now it's personal. The Unseen Order. The hyperspace probe returned with a log full of missing data, and every calculation based on it had come true. It hung now in the observation cradle like a dissected insect, limbs retracted, sensor petals charred from micro-impacts. Around it, the docking bay of the Resolute Path hummed with the polite, anxious industry of technicians, pretending not to stare at the anomaly pulsing on their screens. Master Liam Coke watched the data streams cascade down the hollow slab and refused with quiet stubbornness to misbehave. "This shouldn't be possible," Dr. Serenal said beside him, which in her vocabulary meant, "I am afraid." She flicked fingertips through layered probability plots. Each was a cloud of coloured points. Each collapsed into a single tight streak as the simulation ran. Course corrections that should have introduced divergence instead converged. Sensor outages that should have widened error bars instead narrowed them. "You lost nearly 40% of your data packets," Coke said, calm out of long habit. Yet your predictive envelope tightened. Now rubbed at the bridge of her nose, smearing the ghost light. "We had 3 independent nav stacks modelling asynchronously. Every time the probe dropped out for a fraction of a second, the stacks disagreed. And then, immediately after, they agreed even more closely than before, as if the system was offended by the argument and decided for them. Liam let his gaze drift from the projections to the viewport beyond, where the lightless star system awaited them. There was a star out there, according to the gravitic readings. Its pull was unmistakable, but it had the visual presence of a hole. No corona, no flares, only the faintest suggestion of distorted starlight at its rim, like a lens made of reluctance. Around it, one planet massed where no chart had ever placed it. A dull marble veiled in thin, uncommitted cloud. The unknown regions were full of strange things. He had come to many. Few made the Force as quiet as this one. He closed his eyes, reaching outward, inward, along whichever dimension it was that connected consciousness to that luminous field the Order called the Force. He expected, as always, currents, the bright, restless eddies of life below, the distant pressure of the star, the tolerable friction of fear and hope in the crew around him. Instead, he felt politeness, as if something very large were holding its breath so as not to disturb him. He opened his eyes before the silence could become personal. "Knight Valen is readying the landing party," Nal said. She glanced sidelong at him. "If your council has any last-minute objections to bringing a Jedi Guardian into a system that refuses probabilities, now would be the time to file them." "Elaborate," Liam said. She gestured impatiently at the probe. "He's trained to see threats, identify vectors, act. He extrapolates trajectories instinctively. That's very useful in a normal causal regime. But if his expectation itself becomes a stabilizing factor," she trailed off. "Or a destabilizing one." "Knight Valen is not in the habit of breaking the universe by looking at it," Liam said. Nal's lips twisted. "Everyone thinks that, until they upgrade their sensors." The shuttle ride down from orbit was uneventful in precisely the way that made Valen uneasy. He sat forward in his crash seat, hands loose on his harness, watching the cockpit readouts over the pilot's shoulder. Outside the viewpane, the planet's atmosphere presented as a thin grey wash, like diluted ink. There were no storm systems, no visible fronts. The weather maps were blank except for a few elegant spirals of vapour at high altitude. A mathematician's sketch of clouds, never finished. "Minor turbulence ahead," the pilot said. There was no turbulence. The shuttle's hull shivered in anticipation, then didn't. Valen felt his muscles brace for a jolt that failed to arrive. The straps dug into his shoulders anyway. The pilot frowned, tapped the console. That was strange. Compression wave on the forward sensors. Then it cleaned itself up. "Liam?" Valen called back. Coke, across the narrow aisle, had his eyes half-lidded, hands resting palm up on his knees. Not quite meditation. Listening. "I felt the intention of a crosswind," the Jedi Master said. "And then I felt it apologize and leave." Valen snorted. "Weather doesn't apologize. Here, it may." Liam opened his eyes, meeting Valen's. "Stay observant, but perhaps for once do not reach for outcomes too quickly." "It's my job to reach," Valen said. "Else we sit in orbit, modelling ourselves into paralysis." Nal, squeezed in behind them with a portable sensor rack folded over her lap, muttered, "Paralysis is underrated." The shuttle broke through the highest clouds. The surface revealed itself in muted albedo, broad plains of smooth stone gently contoured as if the world had been sanded down by an indifferent hand. Darker basins lay scattered like old bruises, each filled with a layer of fog that neither rose nor fell. "There," Nal said, pointing. "Energy signature, low in amplitude but persistent. That ring formation, likely habitations, vectoring to those coordinates." From above, the settlement did not look like a settlement so much as a series of circular depressions in the stone. barely raised lips around their rims. No towers, no spires, no visible machinery. Just circles, repeating across the plain in a pattern too regular to be natural and too modest to be proud. The shuttle set down on a stretch of bare rock a few hundred metres away. The landing struts found purchase with a soft, almost embarrassed thump. The ramp descended into still air and a silence that had weight. Varlin was first out as protocol demanded. His boots met the surface with a faint stickiness, as if the stone were reluctant to acknowledge him. He reached automatically for the force, for that familiar sheet of awareness extending in all directions. Terrain, potential cover, heartbeats near and far. He felt the ship behind him, the minds of the crew, the bright, taut line of Dr. Nowell's focus. Beyond that, a flatness, not absence. There were life forms out there. He could sense them if he leaned hard enough, but their contours refused to sharpen, as if someone had taken a cloth to the universe, wiping away the edges. Coke emerged next, robes whispering, eyes scanning with that particular unhurried attentiveness Varlin alternately admired and envied. Nal followed, already unfolding scanners, her breath visible in the cool, dry air. The sky overhead was a pale, indecisive grey. High-altitude clouds spun in thin spirals, never thickening into anything as committed as a storm. Gravity 0.98 standard. Stable, Nal said. Atmosphere breathable. Microparticle counts. Low. Radiation normal. Nothing here wants us dead. Yet, Valen said. A movement at the edge of his vision. A figure at the nearest ring structure, then another. They had emerged from openings almost flush with the ground, standing on the lip of the circular depressions. Robes, simple and dark. Hoods up. No visible weapons. Varlin lifted a hand, greeting and warning both. "I am Knight Tor Valen of the Jedi Order," he called out. "We come on behalf of the Galactic Republic, in response to anomalous signals detected from this system. We request parley." The wind did not carry his voice. There was no wind. Yet somehow the words seemed to reach them. He saw shoulders straighten, heads tilt. One of the figures stepped down from the ring and walked toward them. The gait was unhurried, balanced, without any of the minuscule hesitations of someone on unfamiliar ground. This was home, and the ground knew it. As the figure approached, Volan's hand drifted toward the hilt at his belt, a reflex. He did not ignite the blade. He would not be the one to put first light into this muted world. But his fingers closed around the cylinder, feeling the familiar weight, the coolant channels, the activation switch. The robed figure stopped a respectful distance away and lowered their hood. The face revealed could have belonged to almost any humanoid world. Fine-boned, weathered, aged somewhere between youth and elder, skin pale from a lifetime under subdued skies, eyes, unremarkable in colour, astonishing in stillness, not serenity, not defiance, a kind of practised non-engagement, like a mirror angled to reflect nothing. "Welcome," the figure said. The voice was low, clear. "You've arrived safely," Valen frowned. "You speak basic." "We speak what is spoken to us," the robed one said. "You are concerned with anomalies." Nal stepped forward. "We detected non-random corrections in probe trajectories, self-healing navigation errors, improbable clustering of avoided accidents. There are also gaps in our data that do not correspond to hardware faults. We're here to understand the mechanism." The figure's gaze moved to her, and Varlin felt nothing. No curiosity, no resistance. Only that same precise non-engagement. "Mechanism," they repeated, as if tasting the word. "You have brought a seer, a guardian, and a counter of chances. This is appropriate." Coke inclined his head. "You know of the Jedi?" We know of those who look, the robed one said, and those who turn looking into lore. Who are you? Valen asked. We are no ones, the figure said. We are the order that is not seen. The name you will use if you must is the unseen. Valen's fingers tightened on his hilt. Force users. The faintest flicker of something, amusement, grief, passed across their features. We are aware of the field you call the Force. We have practiced not using it for a very long time. Nell blinked. That makes no sense. If you're sensitive, you can't simply decide to... You are here to model, the unseen said, turning back to her. You are here to collapse uncertainty into chart and chart into policy. We are here to ask you not to. Valen took a step forward. With respect, we do not take orders from... Liam, Nal cut in quietly. Look at this. Her wristpad flickered. She threw the projection into shared space. It showed the shuttle's descent profile as a pale line through atmosphere, with a secondary line of predicted turbulence events flickering in red. Each red spike inverted, flattening to nothing a fraction of a second before the shuttle passed through. Our models projected microbursts, Nal said. Crosswinds. They never materialized. It's as if the atmosphere waited for us to decide where we would be, and then rearranged itself to avoid us. The probe's logs show the same pattern. A world that yields, Koki murmured. He turned to the unseen. What is it that you do? We do not observe, the figure said. We do not choose. When the futures crowd around an event, we avert our gaze. That which is not observed may choose mercy. The words were not spoken with fervour. They had the flat cadence of doctrine long memorized, long eroded. Valen let out a breath laden with incredulity. You're saying you keep the system stable by ignoring it? We prevent worse outcomes by refusing to prefer any, the unseen replied. The universe is eager to oblige those who insist on seeing one path. Your kind are very insistent. Our kind? Valen's jaw clenched. You know nothing about... He stopped himself, felt the force coil in him, reflexively mapping trajectories, distance to target, likely vectors of attack, points of vulnerability in robe and bone and organ. The calculus was automatic. Something in the air tightened. Liam felt it too. His hand lifted, a quieting gesture. Tor, easy. Valen stepped back, spine stiff, fingers itching. He needed to test something, to see if any of this was more than skilled rhetoric and a nervous planet. He closed his eyes and reached out just a little, toward a fist-sized stone a few meters away. A simple exercise. Draw it to his hand with a small tug on the force, just enough to prove to himself that gravity still respected his will. He reached. The force did not resist him. It did not flow either. His expectation extended like a hand. The universe, with exquisite politeness, declined to meet it. There was no pushback, no external countercurrent. Only a softness, a yielding, a refusal to harden into the channel he offered. His fingers twitched. The stone remained utterly, innocently still. The failure was so complete that when his body moved to accommodate a weight that never arrived, his balance broke. His boot slipped on the theatrically smooth stone. Pain flashed as his knee buckled, sending a dull shock up his thigh. He caught himself with a curse, palms scraping on the ground. Behind him, the shuttle's hull hummed sympathetically, as if embarrassed on his behalf. In the force, there was only that vast, courteous distance. Tor, Liam said softly, not reproach. Sadness. Nal's expression had turned very carefully blank, the way scientists looked at subjects whose failure they would later need to describe without cruelty. Valen pushed himself to his feet, jaw tight. The unseen had not moved. You see, they said quietly, gaze on Valen but not piercing him. When you reach for the world here, it refuses to become your story. This is mercy. Liam stepped forward. Mercy for whom? For all the futures in which your certainty would have killed more than your doubt, the unseen said. They turned, this time inviting rather than dismissing. Come, they said. There is doctrine we carved for visitors like you, when we still believed inscription would matter. It lies in stone, where time may erase what your orders cannot. They walked toward the nearest circular structure without looking back. Liam followed, robe hem whispering over the reluctant rock. Nal came behind, recording, her instruments catching wild fluctuations in local probability gradients that refused to settle into numbers. Varlin limped after, teeth clenched, every instinct screaming for something as simple as a threat he could cut. The ring's inner depression led down into a low circular chamber carved directly from the bedrock. The walls were bare, featureless, light-absorbing. The acoustics were strange. Their footsteps sounded as if someone else were deciding whether or not they had happened. On the far side of the chamber, etched shallowly into the stone, was a single line of text in characters that rearranged themselves in Liam's peripheral vision until they settled into words he knew. That which is not observed may choose mercy. The inscription was so faint that a few more years of abrasion would erase it entirely. Why carve this so lightly? Liam asked. The unseen rested their palm just below the words, not touching. Because we did not wish to force the world to remember it, they said, and because we knew one day those who live by records would come and ask the wrong questions. Liam felt the force around them, quiet and unjudging, like an immense eye turned politely away. Behind him, Varlin flexed his scraped palms and looked at the faded words as if they were an accusation. Nal's scanner pinged softly, a cluster of distant, deferred catastrophes, failures that had not happened elsewhere in the galaxy, all correlated statistically with this unremarkable, lightless system. The threshold had been crossed. They were inside the doctrine now. The question, Liam thought, was whether they could step back out without collapsing anything that could not be repaired. They did not sleep that first night. The unseen provided quarters carved out of the same light drinking stone as the doctrine chamber. Round rooms without corners, furnished only with low cushions and recessed alcoves for simple necessities. There were no doors, only angled passages that damped sound without fully separating spaces, as if privacy were treated as a gentle suggestion rather than a guarantee. Varlin lay on his back, staring at a ceiling he could barely perceive. The force hummed around him like distant circuitry, powered down but still connected. He flexed his hand, remembering the small humiliation of his failed pull. His palms stung where the stone had taken skin. He tried again, this time with something smaller, a grain of dust on his glove. He reached, carefully, tentatively, shaping intent like the delicate catch of a gear. The dust didn't move. The force did nothing at all, not obstruction, not flow. His will met an ambient softness that accepted information but refused to become action. It felt like trying, to clench a fist in a dream. He rolled onto his side, frustration curdling into a heavier sensation he did not want to name fear. Guardians protected by imposing themselves on circumstances. Here, circumstances refused the imposition. Across the chamber, Liam sat with legs folded, spine straight, hands resting lightly on his knees. His eyes were closed, but Varlin could tell from the minute movements of his shoulders that this was not serene meditation. "How long have you been at it?" Valen asked. Liam opened his eyes. "At what?" "Listening to the Force pretend we're not here," Liam considered. "Since we landed." "And?" "It is not pretending," Liam said. "It is modulating, choosing where not to be available." "That's semantics," Valen said. "In our work," Liam replied gently, "semantics kill people." Valen pushed up to sit, wincing as his knee protested. I tested it again. Nothing. Not even a wobble. I've trained in suppression. Fields, null zones, dark side nexuses. They all have character. This is like... He groped for an analogy. Like swinging at fog and missing because the fog stepped aside to spare you the effort. Mercy, Liam said softly. Insult, Valen snapped, then caught himself. His laugh was brittle. Apologies, Master. I'm not used to the universe being more considerate than you are. A chime sounded, low and non-intrusive, echoing strangely in the rounded room. It was not directional. It seemed to arise from the air itself. That's signal, Liam said, head tilting. It's not local, Valen said. Shipside. Liam pressed 2 fingers to his comm bead. Coke. Captain Rira's voice came through, thin with bandwidth compression and unconvincing calm. Master Coke, we've picked up an incoming object at the edge of the system. Mass and drive signature consistent with a mid-range cruiser. Transponder is obfuscated, but energy profiles are familiar. Valen was already on his feet. Sith. Nal appeared in the doorway, hair unbound, sleep forgotten. Their senses will pick up the same anomalies. Maybe they were already listening. Can you mask our presence? Liam asked the room more than the comm. The air did not answer. There was no sense of occlusion, no helpful dimming of signatures. In the Force, the new arrival was a hot, blunt knot of will punching its way into the system, like a spear into soft clay. The Sith dupe themselves with their own power, Liam said into the comm, but they are not fools. Raise shielding, minimise active scans, no offensive postures. We're in their sky, Master, Rira said. That's posture enough. The link closed. Volan turned to Nal. How long until they reach orbit? Assuming standard deceleration. She did the mental math. Hours. Less, if they're reckless. And they are always reckless. We should move, Valen said. Fortify the settlement. Prepare fallback points. Evacuation corridors. Elaborate evacuation corridors to where? Nal said, gesturing at the blank plain outside. There's nowhere to conceal thousands of people on this stone slab. Besides, we don't know if moving them en masse might upset whatever this place is doing, Valen's jaw set. Sith troops on the ground will upset them more. Liam rose, smoothing his robe. Let's not assume the Sith's first act will be to land guns blazing. If they have monitored this system for any length of time, they know Force is unreliable here. They will send someone to talk first. Good, Valen said. I've been wanting something I can hit. The Unseen received the news of the approaching cruiser with the same muted acknowledgement they gave to weather reports. Not indifferent, not panicked. A quiet registering of a parameter. In the central chamber, elders of the Order stood in a loose circle, robes indistinguishable, faces marked by varying degrees of age but the same deliberate non-engagement in their eyes. Liam had given up trying to read them through the Force. Every time he extended his senses, they blurred, like text seen through a lens that refused to focus. You have enemies, one of the elders said mildly, as if remarking on a distant storm. They have followed your interest here. They are your enemies as well, Valen said. We have no enemies, the elder replied. We have only visitors who insist on looking. Nal paced the edge of the chamber, wristpad projecting shifting probability fields. She'd begun to speak more softly in these rooms, as if she feared full volume might cause something to commit. We can't assume they'll respect your policy of non-observation, she said. They will scan, interrogate, model. If your doctrine is really what you say, that will undermine your entire mechanism. It already has, another Unseen said. You arrived. Liam stepped into the circle. We came because our instruments detected something impossible. We believed understanding would allow us to help you. If we withdraw now, you cannot withdraw the fact that you have seen us, the First Elder said. You cannot uncollapse that outcome. The words landed in Liam's mind with the dull, heavy weight of obvious truth. "What happens," he asked quietly, "when too many eyes fall on you?" The elders traded glances. Not telepathic consultation, simply the shared weariness of those who had answered this question too many times. "The futures we have delayed begin to insist," the elder said. "Pressure builds, this world frays." "And the galaxy?" Nal asked. The elder's gaze flicked to her. "Elsewhere, things, resume. Accidents that did not occur may yet occur. Wars that stalled in indecision may find their decisive battles." Nal's stomach dropped. "You're saying the system has been absorbing misfortune, dampening it?" "Not absorbing," the elder corrected, "refusing to certify. Events we do not look at cannot finish falling. They hang, undecided. Time, smears." "Macrocausal buffering," Nal whispered. "A local decrease in entropy at the cost of global metastability. That's..." She stopped, breath catching. The numbers on her wristpad meant something new now, something personal. "How many disasters," she asked, forcing each word, "have quietly failed because you did not look at them?" "We do not count," the elder said. "Counting is a kind of seeing." Valen's fists clenched. "You're playing games with lives." "On the contrary," the elder replied, "you play games with lives when you predict and command. We abstain. The galaxy supplies more than enough certainty." "Enough," Liam said, voice low. "Arguing metaphysics will not prevent the Sith from acting. You know who they are." "Yes," the elder said. "They are the ones who insist that only the future they desire is real." "Then give us permission to act in your defense," Valen said. "Allow us to..." "To what?" Another unseen cut in. "To summon a future in which we are saved by your violence. To choose, for all possible worlds, the one where Jedi blades flash heroically." Their tone held no mockery, only a bone-deep exhaustion. "You would feel better. That is all." The chamber's air had grown dense. Liam felt his chest tighten, as if the world objected to this conversation continuing. Nal's wristpad chimed, discordant in the hush. She glanced down, then went very still. "What?" Liam asked. "I set passive alerts only," she said slowly. "No active scans, just listening to the background probability noise at low resolution." "And?" Valen prompted. "Something just dropped," Nal said. "A whole cluster of potentials outside the system. Transit accidents, piracy raids, an outbreak, on a frontier world. They all just resolved into nothing. Like a long series of coins that had been hovering on their edges and finally fell to tails." "Elaborate," Liam said. "I had them flagged as high likelihood events based on prior trends," Nal said. "They were overdue. Statistically, the galaxy has been unnaturally quiet in certain sectors. Now suddenly the quiet continues, without sufficient cause. It's like..." The background probability field out there just got lighter. She looked up, eyes wide. "And the noise in my local readings here went up." "We are letting go," the elder said. "It is too late to maintain all that we have withheld from happening. Your arrival, and theirs," a tilt of the head toward the invisible Sith cruiser, "have narrowed the paths. We must choose where to keep looking away." Valen stepped forward until he was almost nose to nose with the elder. "Choose us. Let everything else burn if it must, but do not sacrifice this world because we came to understand it." "Understand," the elder said, eyes steady, "is your word for inscribe onto your maps, integrate into your systems, transform into policy. That is what will happen if you live and carry this story off-world. The galaxy will not let such a mechanism remain unexploited. It will build doctrine around us, weapons, safeguards, games. We will become a lever, and your orders will never stop pulling." Liam felt the force around him stir, uncertain. He thought of the council chambers, the hushed awe that greeted any new insight into the deeper workings of the force. He thought of how quickly awe turned into curricula. "What would you have us do?" he asked. The elder looked at him for a long time. In that gaze Liam felt not judgment, but apportionment, as if he were being measured against a scale he did not recognize. "Stop looking," the elder said simply. "Leave. Forget. Allow this system to remain a rumour, an anomaly. Let it be strategically uninteresting. Let it fade from your maps." "That's impossible," Nal said. Your instruments already misbehave here," the elder said. "Let them misbehave a little more. Lose this data. Misfile it. Make a bureaucratic error." Nal's mouth opened in reflexive protest, and then they all felt it. A presence at the edge of the system like a knife pressed against skin. Liam turned his head sharply, not with his eyes, but with his other sense. The Sith cruiser had decelerated into a stationary orbit, its awareness a hot, angular pressure. Unlike the planet, it wanted to be seen. It wanted very much to impose itself. A smaller node detached from the larger, a shuttle or stealth pod, and began to fall toward the planet, wrapped in coils of focused intention. "They are not listening," Valen said. "Of course they are," the elder said. "They are listening only to themselves." "Master," came Captain Riera's voice over the comm, tight as a bowstring. "Unidentified vessel has entered atmosphere on a direct trajectory to your coordinates. We're reading minimal emissions, could be cloaked. We cannot intercept without revealing our own capabilities." "Understood," Liam said. "Maintain passive posture, no weapons, no transmissions beyond this band." He cut the link, aware that even the act of coordination was a kind of world-shaping. Valen's hand drifted again to his hilt. "Don't," Liam said. "They will land soldiers," Valen snapped. "Interrogators. Maybe worse. You've seen their signature." "I have," Liam said. "I've also seen what happens when we reach for the world here. It steps aside and lets us fall." "And if we do nothing?" Valen demanded. "We'll watch the unseen be taken apart piece by piece because we were too virtuous to interfere." Nal's voice cut across them, thin and frayed. "This isn't a binary. Interfering and abstaining both have global consequences we don't understand. Every action we take, or refuse to take, redistributes probability across the galaxy. We are standing on a junction point. If we pull in any direction, entire chains of events elsewhere might..." She stopped, staring at her wristpad. The numbers had gone wild, spiking in impossible directions, then flattening to neat, reassuring lines. "That's not real," she whispered. "That's not real. It's..." "The world attempting to soothe your panic," the elder said. "It does that sometimes. It gives you clean stories so you will stop asking." Liam felt something cold grip his spine. That way lay madness, the suspicion that reality itself would lie to them to preserve its own coherence. Yet how else to interpret a system that self-corrected their models to match what it preferred? The chime sounded again, once, twice, a divergent interval apart. "They are here," the elder said. As if on cue, the probability noise in Liam's senses sharpened around a single descending point, a seed of ruthless certainty cutting through all the planet's polite diffusion, a Sith mind, focused and unafraid of collapsing outcomes. Liam looked to the unseen. "If we are as dangerous to you as they are," he said quietly, "why allow us to stay long enough to meet them?" "Because," the elder said, "before this is over, you must see what your need to know has done. Only then will you be capable of leaving and failing to record." They turned, robe-whispering. "Come," they said. "You wished for a mechanism, Master Coke. You're about to see one try to rewrite us." They led the way out of the chamber, up toward the pale, poised sky, where a speck of incoming darkness grew, unashamed to be observed. The shuttle did not scream. It should have. By every predictive model Hal had ever trusted, by every instinct Volan carried about hostile insertions, there should have been ion, wash, sonic shear, a declaration of intent in the way engines burned atmosphere. Instead, the craft descended as if embarrassed by its own certainty, wrapped in a sheath of disciplined quiet. It touched down on the stone plain beyond the ring sanctums with a gentleness that felt like a rebuke. Varlin felt the landing like a bruise forming before impact. "That's deliberate," he said. "They're minimizing collateral, not because they care, but because they're afraid to push." Liam did not answer. He was watching the sky, not the shuttle, but the way the cloud spirals above it tightened, then loosened again, as if a thought had been entertained and dismissed. The unseen gathered at the lip of the nearest ring. Not a defensive formation, a geometry of presence. They stood spaced evenly, hands folded or at rest, faces turned neither toward the shuttle nor away from it. Their posture had the peculiar dignity of people who refuse to let their attention be conscripted. Nal's wristpad hummed. She had turned the display off. The sound was enough. The shuttle's ramp lowered. A figure emerged, tall, robed in the severe lines of Sith utility, rather than the theatrical armour of war. No mask, no flourish. The mind that stepped onto the stone was sharp and narrow, a blade honed to a single purpose. "I am here to speak," the Sith emissary said, voice carrying without effort, "and to be heard." Varlin felt the force ripple, then stall. The emissary's presence pressed forward, testing, probing for resistance that did not arrive. For a fraction of a second the Sith's certainty wavered. Then it reasserted itself, tighter. Liam stepped forward, unarmed hands visible. "You have entered a system under Republic exploratory charter." The emissary smiled thinly. "Charters are agreements between those who agree reality should behave. I am here because it does not." Their gaze slid to the unseen, and something like interest, professional, appraising, flickered there. "You," the emissary said, "you are the reason probabilities knot and unknot like bad lies. You do not project power, you subtract it. That is unusual." "We do not subtract," an elder of the unseen replied. "We decline." The emissary laughed once sharply. "A distinction without consequence." "Everything here is consequence," the elder said. Varlin shifted his weight, muscles coiled. He could feel the force around the Sith like a clenched fist, ready to strike not at bodies but at outcomes. This was not a berserker. This was a planner. "I will be direct," the emissary said. "This world is a strategic liability. It produces uncertainty that cannot be dominated. That makes it dangerous." "To you," Valen said. "To everyone," the emissary replied, eyes never leaving the unseen. "A galaxy that cannot be predicted cannot be ruled. A force tradition that refuses to act cannot be coerced. That combination invites accidents." Nal felt her stomach hollow. "You're afraid," she said before she could stop herself. The emissary's head tilted. "I am prudent." "You sense this place because it cannot be anticipated," Liam said, "and because your rivals cannot be relied upon not to destroy themselves around it." A flicker of irritation, real this time, crossed the Sith's face. "Your order's foresight is legendary, Master Jedi. Pity it has brought you to the same conclusion too late." Valen's patience snapped. "State your terms." "I will observe this world," the emissary said, "fully. I will map its probability field, its causal loopholes, its refusal mechanics. Once understood, it can be neutralized or exploited." The unseen did not react, not outwardly. Liam felt the air thicken, as if the planet itself had leaned in to listen against its better judgment. "You cannot observe us without changing what you observe," Liam said. "Of course," the emissary said. "That is the point." They raised a hand, not in threat but in invocation. The force gathered, compressing around the emissary's mind, sharpening into a beam of intent aimed not at the unseen but at the world. Varlin moved. He ignited his blade in a flare of blue, stepping between the emissary and the nearest elder. The light was obscene against the muted stone, a declaration the planet had not asked for. The world flinched, not violently, precisely. The hum of Valen's sabre wavered, pitch slipping as if the Kyber itself were reconsidering its role. Gravity shifted a fraction. Valen staggered, compensating, blade arcing wider than intended. The emissary laughed again, delighted. There it is, the reflex, the insistence on choosing. They focused, tightening their grip on the Force, and 2 Sith acolytes emerged from behind the shuttle, blades already lit, red light slicing the grey air. Volan braced for impact that never came. 1 acolyte lunged, 2, fast, too eager, and slipped on stone that had been perfectly stable a moment before. Their blades swung wide, carving empty space, and the counterstroke they expected from Valan never arrived. Instead, their own momentum carried them into the path of their companion's strike. Red met red. Flesh met certainty. The second acolyte froze, staring at the body falling at their feet. In that heartbeat of hesitation, their footing betrayed them as well. They pitched backward, blades slicing air, spines striking stone with a sound that ended abruptly. Silence. Valan stood, blade humming, chest heaving, not from exertion, but from shock. He had not struck. He had not even parried. The world had simply allowed violence to complete itself. The emissary's smile faded. "You see," the elder said quietly, "we do nothing, and those who insist on action are consumed by it." Nal's wristpad screamed, then cut off, its display going black as if offended by what it had just recorded. Liam felt something tear inside him. Not the Force, but his understanding of it. He had spent decades believing that foresight was a form of compassion. To see suffering coming was to be obligated to prevent it. Yet here was a system in which seeing was the trigger, and restraint the only brake. The emissary's gaze hardened. Enough theatre. I will not be lectured by ghosts. They reached again, this time not delicately, but with the full, brutal confidence of Sith doctrine. They sought a total vision. Not a future event, but the structural rule that governed all of this. A complete observation, collapsing the ambiguity the unseen had cultivated. Liam felt it as a scream that never made sound. Probability tightened like a knot pulled too hard. The sky darkened, not with clouds, but with decision. The elegant spirals overhead snapped into violent rotation. Wind tore across the plain, hot and cold in alternating waves. The stone beneath their feet shuddered micro-fractures, racing outward in geometric patterns that hurt to look at. "This is it," Nal whispered. "They're collapsing the field." The unseen did not flee. They did not resist. They closed their eyes. Across the galaxy, unseen, unremarked, chains of deferred events lurched. A convoy that had missed an ambush found its timing suddenly corrected. A political assassination long stalled by miscommunication found its mark. A reactor that had skirted failure tipped, at last, into catastrophe. The Sith emissary gasped as the vision flooded them. Not the triumph they expected, but a cacophony of outcomes rushing back into relevance all at once. Their mind, trained to dominate singular futures, buckled under the weight of multiplicity. "No," they choked. This is too much," the planet screamed. Not audibly. In the Force, it was a tearing sound like fabric ripping along every seam at once. Gravity spiked and dipped. The horizon warped. For a terrifying instant, Liam saw through the world, to branching paths, stacked and compressed, begging to be chosen. He felt the temptation with a clarity that sickened him. If he reached out now, if he saw hard enough, he could impose order. He could select the least catastrophic branch and force reality to obey. Mastery. The unseen elder turned to him, eyes open now, and for the first time Liam felt their attention rest fully upon him. "We are not preventing catastrophe forever," the Elder said, voice steady amid the chaos. "We are delaying it until the galaxy learns restraint." The ground split. A shockwave flung Varlin to his knees, sabre skittering across the stone, its light flickering uncertainly. Nal clutched her head, screaming as data and intuition alike dissolved into noise. "And now," the Elder continued almost gently, "the delay is ending." The Sith emissary collapsed, clawing at the ground, their vision too wide, their certainty annihilated by excess knowledge. Their shuttle's engines flared uselessly, feedback loops spiralling as systems tried and failed to reconcile contradictory commands. Liam stood at the centre of it all, heart hammering, the force roaring like a tide against his senses. For the first time in his life, he understood that his greatest strength, his need to know, might be the galaxy's most dangerous flaw, and the world, cracking under the weight of too many eyes, waited to see whether he would choose to look. Liam did not look. The instinct to seize the flood, to clamp meaning onto the roaring multiplicity tearing through the force, rose in him like a muscle memory older than language. Every lesson of the Order had prepared him for this moment. When futures splinter, a master chooses. When chaos surges, clarity is mercy. When reality falters, someone must decide. He shut his eyes instead. The act felt obscene, irresponsible, like stepping away from a patient mid-surgery because the wound was too complex to name. Around him, the planet convulsed. Stone plates ground against one another with a sound like teeth clenched in pain. Gravity oscillated, not enough to fling bodies skyward, but enough to rob muscles of trust. Varlin crawled on hands and knees, reaching for his fallen sabre as if it were a talisman against uncertainty. The blade lay dark now, its kyber silent, refusing even the pretense of readiness. Nal collapsed to her knees beside a shallow basin as fog erupted upward, no longer polite, boiling with aborted rainfall. She tore the wrist pad from her arm and hurled it into the mist. The device shattered against unseen stone, its final transmission a meaningless burst of perfect predictions that no longer corresponded to anything that could be acted upon. "Make it stop," she sobbed. Not to anyone in particular, just make it consistent. The unseen remained standing, not rigid, not defiant, simply present, like anchors hammered into a seabed no one else could feel. "This is what happens," one of the elders said, voice carrying despite the wind. "When certainty arrives all at once, the galaxy has been spared too many endings. They are eager to complete themselves." The Sith emissary screamed, not in rage, in comprehension. Their mind had not shattered. It had expanded, forced to hold every deferred outcome they had demanded to see. Wars layered atop wars, betrayals flowering in timelines that had been quietly postponed. Empires rising not because they were destined, but because no one had delayed them long enough to learn better. They clawed at the stone, blood streaking their nails, eyes unfocused and too bright. "I see it," they gasped. "I see all of it. This is what you've been hiding. You think yourselves merciful, but you're hoarders of inevitability." The elder inclined their head. "We never claimed innocence." The emissary laughed, a broken sound. "You've turned the galaxy into a pressure vessel, and now..." The ground lurched violently. A fissure tore open between the ringed sanctums, swallowing one of the shallow basins whole. The fog vanished into the wound, snuffed out like breath. Now it bursts. Liam felt it then. The point of no return. Not a single event, but a threshold of observation crossed too many times by too many minds too quickly. The unseen's long vigil, centuries of disciplined inattention, was being overwritten by minutes of Sith insistence and Jedi proximity. The Order had not lied. They had only delayed. "Master," Valen shouted, scrambling upright as another shockwave knocked him sideways. "We need to do something." Liam opened his eyes. The Force slammed into him like a confession. Branches of possibility whipped past, begging to be chosen, offering clean resolutions if only he would name them. He saw paths where the Sith emissary died cleanly, where the planet stabilized under Jedi containment fields, where the unseen were catalogued, relocated, institutionalized. He saw paths where he became the architect of a new doctrine, hailed as the master who tamed uncertainty itself. Power-weighted, compliant, and in every path where he acted something else broke later, quietly, far away, unnoticed, until it was too late to undo. The Elder met his gaze, eyes calm even now. "This is the cost," they said. "Not of violence, of knowing. If you choose, you will choose for everyone. Forever." Nal dragged herself to her feet, face streaked with dust and tears. "Liam, if you don't stabilize this, the Council will. They'll come with fleets and sensors and doctrines. This will never be allowed to remain unmeasured." "I know," he said. His voice sounded far away, like someone else's. Another tremor ripped through the ground. One of the ring structures collapsed inward, stone folding without drama, as if the planet were simply erasing an idea it no longer had the patience to sustain. The Elder exhaled. For the first time, fatigue showed, lines deepening, shoulders sagging. "We cannot hold much longer," they said. "The act of being seen has already thinned the veil. Soon there will be nothing left to withhold." "Then let us help you leave," Valen said hoarsely. "Evacuate. We'll cover you." The Elder shook their head. "You cannot escort us out of observation. Wherever we go, your attention will follow. We are not a people who survive transport." Liam felt the truth of that settle like ash. "What happens if I don't look?" he asked. The Elder considered. "Then the world will attempt to stabilize around your ignorance. Not perfectly, not forever, but enough." "And you?" A faint smile. "We will withdraw, become unlocatable. Our work here is done." "By vanishing," Nald whispered. "By refusing to be responsible forever," the Elder replied. The Sith emissary dragged themselves upright, swaying. Their eyes locked on Liam with a clarity born of desperation. "You think abstention absolves you?" they spat. "Your refusal is still a choice. The galaxy will bleed because you lack the courage to shape it." Liam stepped closer, the chaos receding just enough to make room for the moment. "You're right," he said quietly. "It is a choice." He turned inward, not toward foresight, toward absence. He didn't meditate. Meditation sought clarity. Instead, he dismantled his attention piece by piece, like a man laying down tools he had relied on since childhood. He shut off the practiced pathways that leapt ahead of time, that stitched cause to effect with comforting narratives. He allowed the Force to pass through him without interpretation. The effect was immediate and terrifying. Reality slackened. The shriek of tearing probability softened into a low, uncertain groan. Gravity steadied, not because it was commanded to, but because no one was insisting it do otherwise. The sky's violent rotation faltered, clouds, unravelling back into tentative spirals. The Sith emissary screamed again, not in pain this time, but in loss. The vast, unbearable vision collapsed inward, stripped of its scaffolding. "No," they whispered. "Don't take it away. I almost understood." They fell, unconscious, the knife edge of their certainty finally blunted. Valen stared at Liam as if seeing him for the first time. "You're doing nothing." "Yes," Liam said, eyes still unfocused, "and it's the hardest thing I've ever done." The unseen began to fade. Not physically, not yet, but in the way the Force refused to finish describing them. Their outlines softened. Their presence thinned, like words forgotten mid-sentence. "The delay ends," the elder said, voice already distant. "But the lesson remains." Stone folded in on itself, sealing fissures without force. The planet exhaled. The immediate catastrophe, this one, here, passed. Liam swayed, suddenly exhausted, his identity stripped of its most trusted limb. He had not saved the galaxy. He had merely stepped aside and let it stumble toward a less catastrophic version of itself. And in that abdication, something irrevocable had shifted, not just in the world beneath his feet, but in the structure of what it meant to be a guardian at all. The planet did not recover, it settled. There was a difference Liam could feel even with his senses deliberately dulled. Not restoration, not healing, but a cautious agreement to continue. The stone plains no longer shuddered, yet they retained faint hairline seams, memories of fractures that had almost chosen to exist. The fog basins returned, thinner now, their edges uncertain, as if they might decide not to gather again if watched too closely. The sky remained pale, undecided. Clouds resumed their hesitant spirals, never quite finishing the thought of a storm. Around him, the unseen were gone, not vanished in a burst of force or hidden behind illusion. They had simply ceased to resolve. Liam could sense where they had been in the same way one senses a word on the tip of the tongue, an absence shaped exactly like presence. The ringed sanctum still stood, but they no longer felt inhabited. Architecture without intention, stone without witness. Varlan knelt near the fallen Sith emissary, binding their hands out of habit more than necessity. The Sith stirred weakly, consciousness returning in fragments. Their once focused mind dulled. Vision narrowed to something survivable. "You robbed me," the emissary rasped. Liam didn't answer. There was nothing to argue, nothing to clarify. Any explanation would be a form of reinstatement, of narrative, of authority. Nal stood apart from them, staring at the horizon with naked eyes. She had shut down every instrument she carried, ripped power cells free with shaking hands. For once, she did not trust herself to know responsibly. Her mind replayed the revelation again and again, disasters that never happened. Entire chains of suffering quietly deferred, not prevented by heroism or policy, but by disciplined neglect. "I could prove it," she said hoarsely, not looking at Liam. "I still could. With enough cross-referencing, enough historical reconstruction. I could publish a paper that would end the delay everywhere," Liam said. She swallowed. "Yes." They stood together in silence long enough for the idea to decay. "I won't," she said finally. "Not because anyone ordered me not to. Because if understanding requires collapse, then ignorance can be a form of care." She laughed weakly. "I never thought I'd say that." Liam nodded once. That was all the confirmation either of them needed. The resolute path departed without ceremony. No final scan, no archival sweep. The ship's logs contained corrupted timestamps, contradictory coordinates, entire data blocks overwritten by sensor noise that looked, on later review, like ordinary malfunction. A park clerk in the Republic Science Corps would flag it, sigh, and route it to a lower priority audit queue already swollen with anomalies from the unknown regions. Nothing that demanded urgency, nothing that invited pursuit. In orbit, as the planet shrank to a dull marble below, Liam felt the last tether slip. The force there was still present, but unreachable, like a courtesy extended and withdrawn. "Master," Valen said quietly from the co-pilot's seat. "Permission to speak freely." "You never ask," Liam replied. Valen hesitated anyway. "Back there. You didn't save them." "No," Liam said. "You didn't defeat the Sith." "No." "You didn't secure the system." "No." Valen exhaled. Then what exactly did you do? Liam considered the question carefully, as one now wary of answers. I stopped insisting, he said at last. For once, I let the galaxy keep its ambiguity. Valen stared ahead at the stars. His hands rested loosely in his lap, not on the controls, not on his saber. I don't know how to be a guardian in a universe like that, he said. Neither do I, Liam said, but I know how not to be one. That would have to be enough. The Jedi Council did not like incomplete reports. They tolerated them. Barely. Liam stood before the semicircle of masters on Coruscant, the great windows behind them opening onto a city that never slept because it believed vigilance was virtue. He delivered his account plainly, carefully, omitting nothing factual, and yet leaving the heart of it untouched. An anomalous system, non-hostile inhabitants, unstable probability mechanics, Sith interest, escalation avoided, no actionable intelligence recovered. Your logs are unsatisfying, one master said coolly. Yes, Liam agreed. Your conclusions are vague. Yes. And your recommendation, another pressed, regarding follow-up. Liam met their gazes one by one. He felt the familiar urge to see ahead, to anticipate reactions, to select the most persuasive future. He let it pass. My recommendation, he said, is restraint, that some anomalies are safer unexamined, that our need to know may itself be a source of imbalance. A murmur rippled through the chamber. Confusion, irritation, faint alarm. That borders on abdication, a master said. Liam inclined his head. I submit my resignation from the council. Silence fell, not the courteous silence of the unseen world, but the shocked vacuum of a structure encountering something it had not modelled. You would step away now? Someone asked. After all your service? Yes, Liam said, before I do further harm. The council deliberated. They always did. In the end, they accepted, not because they agreed, but because the Order had no protocol for refusing a master who no longer wished to see. Years passed. Galactic conflict did not end. Wars still ignited. Ambitions still sharpened. But something subtle crept into decision-making, a hesitation difficult to quantify. Battles delayed by incomplete intelligence. Preemptive strikes postponed because certainty felt suspect. Leaders who once trusted flawless projections now demanded margins for error they could not explain. Strategists complained, oracles faltered, predictive engines underperformed, and quietly, almost imperceptibly, the galaxy bled a little less often. Dr. Sarah Nall took a quiet post far from policy circles, teaching probability theory with an unusual final caveat. Not all correct predictions should be shared. Her students found the idea unsettling. Some found it heretical. A few understood. Nightor Valen returned to duty changed. He ignited his blade less often. When he did, it was with care that bordered on reluctance. Among the ranks he became known not for decisive victories, but for conflicts that never quite escalated around him. And Liam Coke travelled. He taught no grand doctrine. He offered no visions. He spoke instead of thresholds, of moments when stepping aside mattered more than stepping forward, of futures that survived because no one demanded to see them clearly. He never spoke of the unseen order by name. There was no need. Somewhere, deep in the unknown regions, a lightless world continued. Not as guardian, not as buffer, but as absence. The futures it once delayed now found their own paths, for better or worse. The galaxy never noticed the disasters that never happened, and that the unseen order would have said, had anyone been left to say it, was the point. Run the Black Canyon. Laserfire chewed the canyon lip as the rebel courier skimmed meters above stone. hyperspace alarms howling uselessly in the cockpit. Jarek Vossan yanked the yoke over, dragging the battered freighter under the falling slab as it shattered into a cloud of rock and fire that chased their tail. "6 on us! Low and high!" Kelnarix shouted from the dorsal turret well, voice ragged over the intercom. "They dropped straight in from the rim, coming down like knives." TIE engines screamed above the roar of shearing wind. The Black Canyon's walls rose on both sides in jagged tiers, stone spires jutting from the floor like teeth, turning the mile-deep trench into a maze that hated ships. Jarek pinned the throttle anyway. The engines were already past redline, coolant warnings pulsed a furious red across his displays. "Vera, I need that nav shear compensated," he barked. "Mag fields are chewing the stabilizers." Behind him, in the cramped systems alcove, Vera Kane braced a hand to the bulkhead as the ship bucked. Her other hand hovered over the console, eyes half-lidded. "Canyon's thick with ore," she snapped. "It's bending the field, not the other way around. I can damp some of it, if you stop fighting it." "Only thing I'm fighting is the wall," Jarek said, banking them hard around a needle-thin pillar. A TIE dove after them, coming straight down from open sky, cannons spitting green light past the courier's canopy. Jarek rolled to knife edge between two spires, the canyon narrowing so tight the starboard vane left a glowing scrape of paint on stone. "Turret jammed," Keln cursed. "Manual cycling." Metal clanged over the comm as he kicked at a stuck mechanism. "They're flying straight lines, Jarek. I only need—" A fresh volley slammed into the canyon floor ahead. Rock erupted upward in a solid wave, a newborn cliff ripping across their path. Jarek's fear spiked like cold metal in his chest. Losing control at this speed meant vapor. "Hang on!" He shoved the yoke forward and rolled, dropping the courier under the lifting dust cloud. The new wall filled the viewport. The collision alarm became a single shrill tone. For a heartbeat, it was all stone. He yanked left at the last possible instant. The freighter's port wing clipped the edge, scraping sparks. The ship lurched. Behind them, one of the pursuing TIEs misjudged the same turn. Its wingtip kissed the new wall. The fighter spun, pinwheeling into the rock face and detonating. Shards of armour and solar panels screamed forward, a deadly storm forced along by their own wake. "Debris!" Vera shouted. "Cover the belly!" Jarek dropped them another meter's worth, letting the worst of the shrapnel rake their upper hull instead of the engines. Impacts hammered the ship. Warning klaxons layered over each other. In the turret, Keln's jam gave way under his boot. The cannon cycled live just as the jagged panel of TIE wing tried to scythe through his viewport. He flinched aside, then swung the gun down in sheer anger, stitching fire across a low-flying pursuer until it vanished in an expanding ball that lit the canyon walls. "Tally 2 down," he growled, breath tight. "Guns up. Don't ever fly like that again." "Side channel, 3 o'clock, Vera cut in. "Narrow, low ceiling, shadows are thick. It'll break their dive angles." Jarek saw it. A sliver on the scanners, a darker streak in the canyon wall. It was a stupid cut, barely wide enough for their hull. Perfect. He rolled the courier on her side and knifed through the opening. Stone whisked past close enough to touch. The running lights painted it in jittery streaks. The roar of TIE engines dimmed above them, the vertical dive suddenly cut off by overhanging rock. Alone for the first time in minutes, the ship's own wounded rumble filled the space. 30 seconds of calm if they don't have the meats. Same maps, Keln said. "Make them count," Jarek answered. He eased off the throttle by a hair. The engine's scream dropped half a note. It felt like betrayal. "Don't get comfortable," Vera said. Her console spat a fresh line of symbols. "Reading mass ahead, above us." What kind of mass? The kind that's changing vector. The side channel bent back toward the main canyon. As they approached the junction, a shadow dropped into view ahead. Sleek, armoured, running cold. An Imperial light boarding craft, riding an upper pass, falling neatly into their path like it had been waiting for this exact cut. Its forward grapples unfolded as it rotated belly to belly with their approach. They're not just chasing, Vera said. They're intercepting. Jarek's teeth clenched. The canyon outside tightened, rock closing in until only one ship could pass, and the one in front had claws. The Black Canyon's walls shimmered with invisible thorns. Magnetic. Or veined the stone, spitting interference that crawled across every panel. Jarek fought the yoke as the courier bucked. The HUD flickered with false contacts, target reticles wandering drunkenly. Shield stuttered, dropping and reappearing in broken arcs. "Reinforcements inbound at the exit," Keln called, eyes on the tactical repeater by his knee. Multiple signatures holding high over open terrain. They're waiting for us to pop out like a cork. "We don't give them a clean shot," Jarek replied. "We're not stopping." A coolant line blew somewhere aft. Steam burst through a vent grill, fogging the cockpit in a hot white blast. Jarek coughed, blinking against the sting as Vera slapped a panel, rerouting flow. "Engines are bleeding," she said. "If you keep this up, they'll melt out of the hull." "Better fire than capture," Jarek answered. His knuckles stayed tight on the controls. He refused to ease off when the ground trembled from another overhead. Barrage. Ahead, the Imperial boarding craft matched his moves like a mirror, using its superior thrusters to stay centered in the canyon. Its ventral clamps flexed open, waiting for the moment their bellies aligned. "Jarek," Keln said quietly, "if it gets a lock, you have to level and cut speed before it rips us in half." "Not happening," Jarek shot back. The boarding craft surged closer, then snapped down. Metal screamed as its claws punched onto the courier's dorsal spine, sending a quake through the whole frame. Red indicators flared across Vera's board. "They're clamped. Hull stress at 2 high. If you keep jinking, they'll tear us open without cutting." "If I stop the TIEs from behind, turn us into scrap," Jarek growled. "Pick your catastrophe." The extra mass dragged them sideways. The ship yawed toward the canyon wall. Jarek fought it, forcing them back to center, every correction feeding lethal stress into the joined hulls. Above, the boarding. Craft's lower hatch irised open. A cutting circle began to glow on the courier's dorsal corridor ceiling. "Party on deck 4, Keln said, already dropping out of the turret. "I'll bring confetti." He sprinted through a corridor that flexed under his boots. Ahead, the deck shook as the cutting torch bit through. Fine dust floated up, sucked slowly toward the growing ring of orange heat in the ceiling. "Everyone off that axis!" he shouted, shoving a tech past the intersection. "Seal the side hatches!" The circle blew inward. Atmosphere howled out, dragging loose crates and a screaming crewman toward the new sky. Keln lunged, catching the man's belt with one hand and a handhold with the other. "Hit the emergency bulkhead!" he roared. A second crewman slammed a palm onto the control. Heavy plates began to grind down from the ceiling on either side of the breach. Slow, too slow. White armoured troopers dropped through the glowing hole, boots slamming to deck, weapons barking into the gale. Bolts seared past Keln's ear, carving scars into the wall. Keln's floor tugged at him like a chain. He could let go, push himself away, take cover. He gritted his teeth and held on. "Move!" he roared at the man in his grip, hauling him sideways against the pull of vacuum. A bolt took the handhold near Keln's knuckles. He almost lost everything to the sudden jolt. He twisted, firing from the hip with his blaster. One trooper toppled back into the void, flailing, then vanished past the hull. The second bulkhead plate slammed down, narrowing the airflow. The wind lessened, but not enough. Sensors screamed overhead, hull integrity dropping, pressure differential rising. On the bridge, Vera held herself against a console as the ship lurched again. "They're cutting more access points," she said. "I can feel it all through the frame." "Feel less. Fix more," Jarek replied. Though sweat trickled down his temple, the clamp was fighting his every move, trying to stabilize against his piloting. Engines howled, drowning out even the TIEs. The canyon folded around them in tighter curves. Stone reached for their wingtips on every turn. "Forward section reports borders at junction B12, Vera snapped. "They're using the stress to open microfractures. This canyon is doing half their work." "Then we make it do half ours, Royan," Jarek said. He yanked them into another brutal roll, grinding clamps against their own locating pins. An impact boomed overhead, a heavy dark presence dropping into the torn corridor. The borders shifted, making room with nervous backward glances. A new figure landed amid them, in a controlled crouch. Black flight suit reinforced with armor plates, helmet marked with an angular crimson sigil. A compact hilt hung at his hip. "Scythe leader is aboard," one of the troopers' comms crackled. The Imperial ace rose slowly, steady against the lurching deck as if the canyon's turbulence were nothing. "Hold your fire," he said through his vocode, a voice calm as steel. "We're not here to kill them." He thumbed his hilt. Red light flashed as a blade sprang to life, humming in the thin air rushing past. "We're here to give my squadron time." Vera hit the junction at a sprint, boots slipping under her as the deck heaved. Blaster fire strobed the corridor ahead. Troopers traded shots with pinned rebels behind an overturned crate. The open circle in the ceiling still bled air, though the emergency plates now bit into the edges, turning the flow into a roaring funnel. The black-armoured ace stood in the middle of it, crimson blade carving away incoming bolts, each deflection controlled enough to send energy into bulkheads instead of his own men. He didn't look rushed. He looked like he was waiting out a clock. "Fall back," Vera shouted to the rebels, raising her voice over the wind. "You're not stopping him here." Kellen glanced back once, still, at the ragged edge of the decompression zone, braced against a strut that was slowly bending under the pull. "Not leaving anyone behind," he snapped. "Then move them faster," she replied. He hauled the last crewman through the weakening gale, shoving him toward the rear. A bolt grazed Keln's shoulder. He staggered, but stayed upright, teeth bared, refusing to give ground even as blood darkened his sleeve. Vera stepped into the killing lane, her hand lifted, fingers curling. The rushing air twisted. Troopers nearest the breach lost footing as the pull suddenly shifted sideways. They slammed into the wall instead of the open sky. The ace's helmet turned toward her. For a heartbeat, there was a silent appraisal behind that black visor. Then he moved. He surged forward with a speed that matched the canyon's violence, blade drawing a burning line at waist height. Vera dropped back. The cut passed centimetres from her chest, scorching her vest. She threw herself sideways, grabbing an overhead pipe as the wind tried to rip her into the breach. "You're misusing your gifts," the ace said, blade weaving between blaster bolts, always patching holes instead of shaping outcomes. She ignored the words, focusing on the rhythm of the ship under her feet, the way Jarek's reckless flying fed energy into every joint. Another hard bank. The corridor tilted. Everyone slid toward the lower wall. Keln's floor bit again. He could have taken that moment to duck behind the next bulkhead, seal himself in with the survivors. Instead he pivoted, firing a last burst that dropped a trooper lining up on Vera. "Go!" he yelled. "I'll get the seal!" He leapt toward the manual override for the dorsal emergency lock, a wheel by the very edge of the breach. "That's outside the safe line," Vera shouted. "Never liked the safe line," Kellen grunted, fingers closing around the wheel as his boots left the deck. He hung there, body horizontal over the roaring gap, the canyon sky a smear of dark blue above. With a bellow he cranked the wheel. The emergency shutters groaned down thicker, biting through twisted plating. The wind dropped to a savage gale instead of a killing one. One of the troopers tried to shoot him loose. Vera snapped her hand. The bolt ricocheted into the ceiling. The ace watched, blade held low, almost relaxed. "You run too hot," he told her over the scream of atmosphere, tone almost conversational. "You think the Force will turn every recklessness into a miracle." He stepped forward again. Their blades met. Hers called from the hilt at her belt, blue fire crossing red in a shower of sparks. Every clash shook the already wounded corridor. "Jarek," she hissed into her comm, "you're shaking us apart." "You want me to slow down?" he shot back. "No," she said, teeth bared as she pushed against the ace's blade. "I want you to make it worth something." They fought in a space barely wide enough to move, every swing constrained by bulkheads and struts. A single overreach meant cleaving into the hull. The ace used that. He matched her, never overextending, always turning her more aggressive arcs into glancing blows that carved harmless furrows instead of crippling cuts. He was stalling. Every second he held them here was another second his squadron closed on the canyon exit, tightening the noose outside. Vera felt the temptation rise. Push harder, draw deeper, let raw power blow him back and damn the consequences. She saw in the corner of her eye a hairline fracture tracing down the corridor wall with each impact. If she gave into brute force, the canyon would finish what the Imperials started. She shifted. Instead of meeting the next strike head-on, she let it slide past, sidestepping in the narrow space. Her blade flicked once, cutting the overhead pipe she'd used as a handhold moments ago. The pipe dropped, slamming between them, jamming against bulkheads. The ace's blade buried in it for a heartbeat. Vera reached not for his weapon, but for the clamp above. Through the force she felt the boarding craft's grip on their hull, teeth-biting metal, actuators straining against Jarek's insane maneuvers. She pulled. Outside, the clamp groaned. Under constant stress from the mad dance through the canyon, Vera's sudden wrench tore one of its primary pins free. The boarding craft lurched, momentarily misaligned with the courier. Jarek felt the change like a sudden slack in a line. "Now?" he asked. "Now," she rasped. He rolled hard. The courier snapped into a brutal corkscrew. G-forces clawed at every body aboard. The boarding craft, off balance, couldn't match the motion. Its remaining clamp scraped free, ripping scores down the hull before failing altogether. The Imperial ace staggered as the deck shifted under him. He had a choice: stay and be flung out through the breach as the gorge walls spun past, or leave. He chose survival. He sprang for the hole, blade cutting a widening path. A moment later he was gone, hurtling back toward his own craft as the boarding ship tumbled away into the canyon, slamming into a rock spire in a blast that shook stone for kilometers. Vera hit the floor hard, vision dimming. "Boarders repelled," she croaked into her comm, "but we paid for it." They had. One of the courier's ventral stabilizers had sheared almost clean off when the boarding clamps tore free. The aft life support grid flashed red across Vera's console. Compartments in the back half of the ship flickered to vacuum one by one as emergency locks failed. "The ship won't climb anymore," she said, forcing herself back to her feet. "Attitude control is limited. You've got forward or you've got rock." "Forward it is," Jarek answered, voice hoarse. The canyon narrowed again, the walls rising and bending until they formed a twisting stone throat. Vertical clearance dropped to almost nothing. The sky above became a jagged ribbon only visible when the path twisted just so. TIES moved into stack formation behind them, line astern and above, leapfrogging their attack runs. One would dive, firing in short, disciplined bursts, then peel away as the next slipped into its place. Blasts walked up the canyon floor, licking at the courier's engines. "Can't get a lock through this interference," Kelm growled in the turret. "They're using the ore like a cloak." Fire where they have to be, Jarek said. Not where they are. Kelm bared his teeth. He knew these patterns. He'd seen enough disciplined squadrons to predict their cadence. He waited through one dive, tracking the empty air where the next tie should appear. The turret kicked under him. A tight, controlled burst met the next fighter as it dropped into the attack lane. The tie flared into fragments, its explosion smacking the canyon walls and rolling back as a pressure wave that shoved the courier sideways. Got one, Kelm said, but they've still got numbers. Keep them honest, Jarek replied. The ship juddered. A fresh alarm joined the choir, primary engine temperature spiking. You push the core through its casing, Vera snapped. That's not a warning, that's a death sentence. Then we outrun it, Jarek said. That's what got us here, Sam, she shot back. The canyon bent again. For the first time in what felt like hours, a wedge of daylight appeared ahead, a bright slash at the end of the twisting throat. Exit visual, Kelm said, disbelief edging into his voice. For a moment, hope tugged all of them forward. Then Vera's sensor board updated. She saw the pattern in raw data, not distance. A lattice of hostile signatures arranged in a precise net beyond that light. Heavy fighters hung in a disciplined grid, overlapping firing arcs, every solution already plotted on their emergence vector. Jarek, she said quietly, that's not an exit. It's the only way out, he answered, and they know it. He saw it on his own truncated display a heartbeat later, enough to understand no brake, no turn, no climb, just velocity and walls. Then we changed the way out, he said. He slipped free of his restraints. Explain, Kelm demanded. We're not getting past that kill zone in a straight line, Jarek said, stepping back from the pilot's chair. And if I keep trying to beat the canyon with speed, we burn up before we see daylight. He looked at Vera, eyes hard. You said I was fighting the rock. Time to stop. You want to crash? She asked. I want to use what we've already paid for, he said. He nodded toward the walls on the forward display. The canyon throat twisted like a corkscrew, its interior smoothed here and there by ancient water, leaving long curving plains of stone. The walls are already giving us vector changes for free, he said. I've been wrestling against them. Now we ride them. Vera understood faster than she liked. You're going to bounce us off the side, she said. Glance, he corrected. If I dump the main engine and feed everything into the manoeuvring thrusters at the exact moment, the wall becomes a pivot instead of a hammer. But I can't hold that line alone. He fixed his gaze on her. I need you to bend us at the right instant, not to hit him. He jerked his chin toward the sensor icon that was Scythe Leader returning to his fighter, but to miss the canyon's edge by exactly enough. Her fear pressed in, not of death, but of failing when they all depended on her. Her flaw whispered that she could just reach deeper, let the force catch whatever mistakes she made. No, she drew a breath that tasted of ozone and overheated metal. Kill the main when I say, she said, and you keep the thrust exactly where I push it. No heroics. Thought that was the point, Kelm muttered. The point is we live long enough to regret this, she shot back. She moved forward, placing one hand flat on the bulkhead, feeling the vibration of the dying engine. With her other hand, she rested fingertips on Jarek's shoulder. Fly with the canyon, she said, not through it. He slid back into the pilot's seat, fingers finding the controls like old friends. Outside, Scythe Leader's TIE slid into position at the head of his remaining fighters, locking onto the courier's projected exit vector. Crossfire set, came a crisp voice over his squad frequency. Hold until they break into daylight, he answered calmly. His gloved hands rested light on his own yoke. We want them thinking they made it. The canyon's throat became a blur. Jarek didn't look at the exit anymore. He watched the wall, the curve like a giant's palm on their port side, its angle shifting with every meter. Ready, Vera said. Her voice was low, tight. She extended not outward in a blast, but along the ship's skin, feeling the air drag, the uneven micro-eddies where stone jutted imperceptibly. The dying main engine throbbed, threatening to seize. 3, 2... She felt the precise spot where the canyon wall's angle would translate their forward momentum into an upward and lateral kick. Now! Cutting main, Jarek said. His hand slammed the control. The ship lurched as the main drive went dead, the shriek of its overtaxed core dropping into a suddenly hollow silence filled only by wind. For a heartbeat they were a dead stone flung forward in the gorge. Dumping all power to manoeuvring, Vera snapped. The side thrusters roared to life in a hard, sustained burn. On sensors it looked absurd, a sideways blast that without guidance would have simply slammed them into rock. With guidance it became something else. Vera's focus narrowed to a knife point. She felt every micro-tilt of the hull, every centimetre of clearance. She nudged the thrust not in gross strokes, but in hair-fine corrections, turning the whole ship into a glancing blow waiting to happen. They hit the wall. Stone boomed along the port side, a grinding, shuddering impact that flattened everyone inside against their restraints. The hull sprayed dust and fragments, but instead of crumpling, the contact smeared their forward vector into a tight upward arc. They slingshotted. The courier flipped, nose rising, belly turning toward open sky as they burst from the canyon mouth not as a target, but as a tumbling, twisting projectile. Scythe Leader's calculations were perfect, until they weren't. His fire control predicted a ship continuing in a straight line. What he got was a freighter flipping end over end, inverted, crossing through the crossfire cone at an angle his computers hadn't been told to expect. "Adjust!" someone shouted over his comm. Too late. The first volley from his heavy fighters lanced, through the space where the courier should have been, stitching empty air. Their second volley met their leader. As the courier rolled through the kill box, Scythe Leader yanked his tie hard to compensate. Instead of clearing his own formation, he cut into the paths of his wingmen. Green lances meant for the rebel ship slashed across his wings. One shot cored his port panel. The sudden loss of lift spun him sideways. He collided with the fighter beside him in a flash of ruptured fuel and shattered struts. The twin TIEs became a spray of fragments that shredded a third, sending a blooming fireball tumbling over the canyon mouth. Below them, the courier's battered antennae finally found a clean line through the interference. "Invert the array," Keln gasped. One hand on his bloody shoulder, the other slamming data transmission controls. "Line of sight, tight beam." The stolen packet, compressed schematics, ident codes, everything they'd come here for, lashed out in a narrow pulse, aimed at a waiting receiver buried in some anonymous relay buoy beyond the horizon. "Signal away," he said, voice breaking. "Data's gone." "Then so are we," Jarek replied. The manoeuvring thrusters coughed. Their brief, furious burn had eaten the last power reserves. Systems across the ship flickered and died, leaving only emergency strips to paint the cockpit in sickly amber. Gravity reclaimed them. They hit the far side of the plateau in a grinding crash that went on forever. The courier ploughed through scrub and stone, belly plating tearing away in screaming sheets. An engine pod snapped free, cartwheeling off into the dust in a secondary explosion that rolled heat through the torn hull. Inside, bulkheads buckled. Crates burst loose, hurtling down corridors. Someone screamed. A raw sound cut off as a ceiling panel came down. Jarek's restraining straps bit meat as he slammed forward. The world spun, then stopped with a final massive jolt. Silence, except for the ticking of cooling metal and the distant thunder of falling rock back inside the canyon they'd just escaped. For a moment, no one moved. Then a hacking cough broke the stillness. Keln forced his straps free, half falling out of the turret cradle. His right arm hung useless. His shoulder was a mess of burned fabric and glossy blood. With his left hand, he dragged himself along a corridor now slanting at an angle. aft compartments?" he rasped. "Gone," Vera answered, staggering out of the system's alcove. Her face was smeared with soot. A gash along her jaw dripped red. Life support failed before impact. Those doors never reopened. Keln closed his eyes for half a second, then pushed off the wall. "Then we don't waste it," he said. They moved. Jarek kicked free of the mangled cockpit hatch, one leg nearly collapsing under him. He grabbed a fire suppressant canister, blasting foam into a flickering blaze licking along exposed wiring. "Forward cargo bay is breached," he said. "We're sitting in a nice, shiny crater." Vera limped past him toward the exterior hatch that still registered atmospheric pressure beyond. Each step sent a jolt up her spine. She kept going. She slapped the manual release. With a tortured squeal, the ramp dropped, settling into powdery dust. Smoke poured out ahead of them, curling into the open air. They had crashed on a shelf beyond the canyon's immediate sensor coverage, rock overhangs breaking direct lines from the sky. The Black Canyon's maw yawned behind them, a dark scar stretching back into the planet's bones. Jarek staggered down the ramp, lungs burning with every breath. "Comms?" he asked. "Short range only," Keln said, limping out behind him. Long-range dish went with the engine pod, but before we hit, I saw something on the scope. Vera came down to join them, eyes on the horizon. "What?" Jarek asked. Kel nodded back toward the canyon mouth. "Big wedge on the fringe," he said. "Capital mass vectoring this way the second our beam went out. They know this route exists now. Next time, they won't send just an ace squadron and a boarding boat." Jarek swayed where he stood, then planted his feet. "Then there won't be a next time for us," he said. "We're leaving." "In what?" Keln snorted, gesturing weakly at the ruined freighter. Vera stepped past them both, boots sinking slightly into the dust. Her gaze stayed fixed on the distant canyon rim, where contrails already smeared the sky, thin white lines from incoming Imperial patrols sweeping to examine the chaos at the exit. "On our feet," she said. "Under rock. Off open ground. They'll blanket the mouth first, then push recon farther out." As if to underscore it, the low, growing whine of engines drifted on the wind, distant but rising, echoing off the canyon walls they'd just defied. Keln slung his good arm under Jarek's to steady him. Jarek, in turn, took some of Keln's weight. Vera led the way toward a tangle of broken boulders and shallow cuts in the plateau, the wrecked courier belching smoke behind them. They limped forward as the sound of hunting engines swelled, the air trembling around them and the dust at their feet dancing in time with the approaching roar.